For coming in. Good evening. I hope everyone's well. Today we're helping people out who are having a little bit of issues with their relationship with Jesus or God, and it's still really loud. Are you sure you're not at a place? Are you outside or something?
No, I'm on a little smoke break at work, but if you're still on at like 12 or something, I'll be on.
Yeah, sure. It's just there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I know. I can't get away from it.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll see you at 12 if you're still on.
Well, I don't know what time zone you're in, but I'll probably be here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
See ya.
Bye. That was Soul and Spirit taking a smoke break. I mean, come on with this chord. Beautiful. We're coming in on the YouTubes. Benny, I appreciate you so much. Again, you don't have to do it. I really, I keep asking him, stop putting me on YouTube. No one wants it there. You're stealing my content. I keep saying stuff like that. He doesn't care. He just keeps on doing it. It's great. I appreciate your attitude in the face of legal threats. I appreciate you so much. This one's dedicated to Benny Boy. Yeah. Let's get a nice bass. Like an acoustic bass here. You know what I mean? Yeah, one of these. That's real nice. What's Toth? I'm so glad you asked, Luna, because it is happening right now. That's right, ladies and gents, and everyone in between and on the outskirts and out edges of that. It's the top of the hour, 7:29 on the dot. We're glad that you're here joining us. The top of the show, as a matter of fact. So we get a little bit of a groove and a break from the insanity. Today's going to be chill. We're taking it real easy. No loonies tonight. It's going to be a fun time. Top of the hour, here we go.
Well, hi there.
Little guitar in there. Welcome in, SCG. Does that stand for something? What should I call you, Skug?
I mean, SCG is good enough.
Okay. And what's your age and religion?
23, Orthodox Christian.
Are you having a hard time with that tonight? You need some help?
No, not really. I mean, I just saw live. I remembered that you accept guests, so I thought, why not join? So yeah, I joined.
Yeah, we're helping people who are, they have faith in something that isn't quite making sense today. And we're helping them kind of relieve some of that dissonance. Do you have anything in your faith that you struggle with at all? Is there anything where you're like, this part's hard to believe?
Well, I've got a kind of a different perspective on that, to be honest. For some things, I just think as like, that they are hard to get and we might never understand those completely, like quantum physics, but like some of the philosophical problems in religion, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, like what?
Well, for me, generally, the problem of evil is like probably the strongest atheist argument.
Yeah, that got me out.
Sorry?
That got me out. That was like one of the main things that like pulled me out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not a good answer to it,
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not true. That's actually not true. There's a good answer to it.
Well, yeah. So the way I've always looked at it was more of like, I may never know it. There are some things that I could understand about it, but not everything. Like for example, how to say this? So, like it's generally like the problem of suffering. So let's say that there's a time period of like 30 seconds and you suffer all of those 30 seconds. So like the suffering percentage is like 100%. But if there's a time period...
That sounds terrible. That sounds like an awful 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And people in the chat are asking, was that a squeaky door or your coffin that was squeaking?
Door.
Okay,
I don't have a coffin. Any kind of
coffin. They're just checking, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So another thing, if you had like a 30-second period and like 3 seconds of suffering, you only get like 10% of suffering, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So one thing that I've always looked at is like, if there's infinite time and there is heaven, pretty much the percentage of suffering goes close to zero. Like, right?
Really close, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one thing.
Actually, no, not if hell is real.
Well, yeah, then it goes to 100, right?
Then it's 100% of the time they're suffering. Well, not 100, because before hell was invented or created, before that it was zero suffering. But then after God made hell, there was infinite suffering.
I mean, yeah, but you can't really divide by zero, so it's undefined at best.
No, I'm just adding. We're not dividing by zero. We're adding. It's plus time. Just mathematically, it was like zero, and then it turned into plus infinity. Zero plus infinity is infinity time of suffering.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So
plus the bit plus on Earth, that little bit on Earth, so infinity plus one.
Yeah, but the problem of evil is the problem of unnecessary suffering, not of the
I think even like it makes sense that God would just make there be none, necessary or otherwise. Because if he's God and he can do everything, then there isn't anything necessary. He can just do it however he wants. He can do it anyway, where there is no necessary suffering. It's just all good. Like that's not how I would make the universe. I would have like a little bit of struggle. I would have some hardships, but I wouldn't have like terrible suffering. By the way, people in the chat who, sometimes when we talk about this, I bring up the blue example. I got the notification today. 1 year ago today was when I invented the Bluey example. I was like, remember this? There was some clip. It wasn't that good. I didn't have it all fleshed out, but I was like winging it on the spot. And I brought up Bluey. And that's kind of a response to when it's like, well, would you cure everything? It's like, no, you could still have some hardships, but not as many as we see here. Like what we see here is gratuitous. It's gross, right? Like God would stop like school shooters.
Yeah.
If you were real, or if you were good. Or if
I get where you're going with this. I get where you're going, and I'm going to be honest. I do not have the answer for every specific question. So,
yeah, it's a hard one.
Yeah, I'm not an expert debater. I'm not a apologist. I'm just a guy.
We're not doing as much of debate tonight. This is like me and you kind of talking through the issues that you have with the religion. You brought up the problem of evil. This is something that you think about and go, this doesn't make sense. And I'm telling you, you're right. This is a really hard one. I think that the problem of evil is an absolute defeater to the Christian worldview. All the free will stuff fails. All the percentage stuff you're trying to do fails. Like it never satisfies what we feel when we see like a dead child. You know what I mean? Like it's too like that's not, none of those answers satisfy that. Yeah.
I get your point. I get your perspective. I'm just saying, even if you don't always necessarily have the answer for everything, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily false, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to convince you.
Absolutely. This particular one, just because of things like, if he's like in the room present, knowing and watching like a child grape happen and not interrupting, then this particular problem makes me say we should hang on. Like we shouldn't like go all in on this until this answer is solved. Like if there's a solution for this, let's seek it out, let's find it. But until we know like a good answer to this that really is satisfying, I'm gonna hang off because it's possible that this guy's a monster. Or just doesn't exist, in which case hanging off is safe anyways. But it's like a really dangerous thing to like put all your eggs in this basket that might be an accomplice to such horrific crimes. So I don't know, like I would suggest maybe staying agnostic until this is solved, something like that.
I don't know. Agnosticism is just like the position of how to say it, not identifying with anything, including atheism. You just don't identify. You don't take sides to anything. That's agnosticism to me.
Not exactly, but I mean that's an interesting like kind of a take on it. It's I mean it means two things. Colloquially, I know you wear cloaks, but colloquially, like I just mean like how we do it in like common language. What I mean is like it just means like not sure yet, undecided. But really what it means philosophically is more of a like I don't think we can know, which is kind of what you're saying. There's some things we don't know the answer to. So it might be like a better like word for you when someone says what's your religion, you can say like I'm agnostic but I lean Christian or something like that. Shannon, that's a good question. I don't know, but let me know if I cross a line. Sorry, I was talking to the chat.
Okay. I'm not an agnostic, I used to be, but I generally on most of the other things, take the hardcore like orthodox perspective. But the problem of evil is just something, I don't know why it's there, but I know it's there. And like in the Bible, Jesus says, he basically sides with the weak and the suffering people. So I would say,
Right. That's why it's so weird, right? Because it says he does that, but then they're still suffering and weak. And they have the all-powerful universe creator on their side. Do something, Jesus. What the heck? What's happening? I think that's why it's so confusing, because he says, and I'm going to cure all this, and then doesn't. It's like, this seems like a scam all of a sudden, If in the Bible it was like, and God, I am the Lord Jesus, I'm God, and I really wish we could do something about all the suffering. I just can't. There's this, the reason I can't is because of this. Or like if he said some reason, but the like, I am doing it, and then we look around and it's just not the case, is so devastating to that worldview.
Yeah, but as I said, if you include heaven in the calculations, and the principle that Jesus sides with the weak and the people that are suffering, that suffering takes much smaller percentage than usual.
Sure, it just doesn't make it necessary in any way.
Yeah. And that's the thing that I don't personally get, why the suffering is there. But like, I get that it gets like, that you eventually like get reparations for your suffering, right?
I guess some people do, but not all people, right? I think that's why it's problematic, If hell wasn't real, that would be better, but still, like, ugh. It still just doesn't fix it. I got a quick message on YouTube from the Tube Steak member for 2 months, Emir, that says, "Go, Mezzo, go, keep it up. You're doing Lord's work." I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining. For people who don't know, quick ad for the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel. It's not my channel. Anything that, if you subscribe there or give money there, it goes to a community pot that people use when they are in need. And so if you want to like donate to a good cause, it's kind of a good way to do it, to just the people, deconstruction community from YouTube and TikTok that get together in the Deconstruction Junction Discord. And if you need a little help, then they kind of find ways to dish that out to people who are in serious need, not just like, you want to buy you're trying to get a 40 for the weekend. I don't think they do it for that. Benny, do they do it? Do you guys do it for 40s? I don't think they do it for 40s. It's like if you're getting a car crash or something like that. But anyways, SCG, did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up here? I think you and I both agree that the problem of evil is a rough one to kind of go through. It's hard to talk about. I talked to Joel about this. I don't know if you know Joel. He's my best friend. Yeah. He's missing right now. Sorry, that's going to be a little distracting. I was trying not to think about how he's missing, but it's going to be distracting. Anyways, he said, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, like when we do God is evil, like by the end of the night, it's kind of draining, because like when we run that background, because like we've spent hours talking about like, child rape and public shootings and like all this stuff, like Holocaust stuff. And by the end, you're like, that was rough. Like that just hurts to even like converse about, let alone it's really happening. It's just like a really hard problem to deal with. So anyways, but did you have anything else you want to bring up? I think, I did. I had another guest, but they left. So yeah, you're all good. What else would you like to bring up?
That's about it for me. If you want to bring anything up, we can discuss it. But to me, that's like the main atheist argument, like the main rational argument that atheists can use. And, most of the other arguments I do not see convincing from the atheist side.
I think that's a really good one. It's like most of the atheist arguments are just like, there isn't good evidence though. So it's like us being skeptical right? And kind of going like, yeah, that like we're saying the argument that you presented isn't convincing. Usually that's kind of the atheist position. Not always, but there's this is in particular one where it's like, and here's us saying here's why it doesn't make sense. The other one that I do is the contradiction of the omnis. So being omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient, and omnipresent contradict each other. Have we talked about that before?
Not with me that I know of.
Yeah, it's just like if you're omnipotent, it means you can do everything. And if you're omnibenevolent, it means you can only do good things. So you can't be both of those.
Yeah, I see. I get your point, but it's all those things that you said, it's like how God presents to the humans, and it's like the human definitions of it. So it's just a semantics game.
Well, then don't say he's omnipotent, right? Like that'd be fine if you're like, God is not omnipotent by any way that humans mean it. He doesn't know everything. When we say that, that's not what we mean. We don't know what it means. Maybe something like we don't know anything about God. That'd be fine. When people say he's omnipotent, omniscient, like those things, it's like, well, that guy doesn't exist. That's not an existable being. Existable?
Yeah, I get
Are
your
existibles
point,
like uncrustables? Let me look at that. Unexistables. Let's see
but
if
it
that's already
depends
thing.
on the definition and how it's used, and in how it's used in which community. It's just like how you use the certain word.
Right.
So
Yeah, the way we use it is like means you can do everything to the highest degree, the most strongest version of everything that anyone could ever do. God could do them, except he can't sin. So then that's half the things, not half, but like it's a lot of things he can't do.
Yeah, but again, as I said, it's a semantics game. Like
Right.
Aquinas saying what is contradictory does not fall under God's omnipotence or something like that.
Yeah, I understand that he says that, but that means he's not omnipotent because it is contradictory to be both of those. So to say like this contradiction doesn't count, just like doesn't really actually fix it. It just like he just is doing this, right? He's like, we're just going to ignore that thing. Like it doesn't actually fix that problem at all. He still can't do everything.
Yeah, but you could also say omnipotent as in capable of doing infinitely many things. So, yeah, I mean, infinity minus a constant is still an infinity. See where I'm going with this?
You just changed the meaning of the word. So, like, it's okay that there's things he can't do. There's things that you can do that God can't do, and you would still say that he can do everything. Like that doesn't make. Do you see what I mean? Like that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but like omnipotent, although like there's the most literal sense.
Yeah, I mean that's how I would use it.
Yeah, but there's a difference of use and.
I see what you're saying, and this happens a lot where people kind of like devalue the meaning of the word omnipotence so that God can still have that like attribute. But like, what's the point then? Like, then it's not all, right? For sure, it's not all powerful. It's like semi-powerful, even like mostly. Even if you say it's 99.9%, he can do 99% of all possible acts. Right. But then there's a few he can't. Then it just all isn't the right word for it. You'd say he's very, 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 very powerful. Not all, but very, very, very powerful. Right. Like that's fine. And like biblically, that's true. Like there's times where you like, it seems like he's not making the best choice or doing stuff based off of his like limitations or something.
Yeah, but there's I'm not that well read on this, but there's like the difference between can't and won't. So yeah, God won't sin, but can he sin? What he does is necessarily is never sin.
Doing a sin is like going against God's will.
Yeah. So
He
can God
can't,
go against?
if he chooses to go against, he's still doing his choice. He could literally like grape an infant baby, and it would be his choice to do it, so it would be good that he did it, right? Like it wouldn't be a sin in that case, unless you think that like morality exists outside of him, which is possible. That's like an interesting take on it. But I think Orthodox, you're going to say that if the goodness falls within him and his choices, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that doesn't really. There's still things he can't do. He can't sin.
I see.
Even if he could like murder, like unjustly murder a newborn, then it would be what he chose to do. So it would have been God's will. He can't not go against his will. Right? It's just the name of a thing that he can't do. And it's like a common named thing that's in the book. So it's like something we can do that he can't. So again, it's like, it's fine. Like it doesn't completely mean that no God is possible. What it means is the God that's described in the Bible isn't possible. Same with omnibenevolent, right? Like he does bad things in the Bible. He does things that are not for the sake of goodness. So,
I mean, yeah, like the omnibenevolent thing, like there's many different interpretations to the Bible, especially the interpretations by the church fathers, where you could interpret those things as being,
good,
metaphorical, or things like that. A very interesting case is, I think, Saint Gregory of Nyssa from the 4th century, interpreting the Exodus story and interpreting much of it as an allegory and making the case that God did not unalive the Egyptian infants, the newborns, sorry. So I haven't really read deep into it, but that's an interesting thing to do.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. That's my view. He agrees with me. Yeah, you have to like concede that the Bible isn't like true stories. Like that's our argument. So if you want to concede, like, atheists are right, the Bible isn't fully true. I think that's a smart move. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, not true, not false. Some things, when written metaphorically or for some like poetic value, they do not inherently have truth or lie into them. There's their purpose.
What about when it says like if it's God quoting, like, and then the Lord God said this, and it's like, I'm gonna do something that's not good. Mm-hmm. Doesn't that kind of like defeat the biblical narrative of him being omnibenevolent? You're right. Maybe it's like not true, but in the Bible it says he's good to all, and it says he's not. He says, I'm going to do something not good now to these people. So like that kind of defeats itself. I agree. What you have to do is like remove God from the Bible, but I don't know why you would believe in him still. He comes from the Bible. That's where like the character was. You learned about it from that.
I wouldn't really go that far, but what you're speaking about is basically like the whole book of Joshua, right? So,
no, I'm talking about Amos.
With the like, was it the Edom or Amalek in Amos?
No.
This one is spoken about.
Man, I've been reading more about the Amalekites, but so there's two. The Amalekites, do you know, this is like just a one-off. Have you guys all heard the thing that maybe Saul was killed by an Amalekite later? There's two versions of his death, and it's hard to tell who's true. It's very interesting. Okay, but here's what I'm balancing here. Psalms 145:9 says, the Lord is good to all, and his compassion is over all that he has made. Okay, so it says he's good to all. Now, maybe that's not true. That's not God being quoted. So that's one that you could say, David got that wrong, or whoever wrote that psalm. I don't know who wrote that one. His love's righteousness and justice, earth's full steadfast love. Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who. But in Amos, there's this weird thing where he's talking about what he's going to do to Israel, and this certain part of Israel that he's gonna rip into them, as he sometimes does. And like you're saying, maybe it's not true, but it's quoted of God saying, and though they go into captivity in front of their enemies, there I will command the sword, and it shall kill them, and I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good. He's saying, I'm going to do something that's not good to them, right? Like, he uses the word. And so at that point you go, oh, so sometimes he does things that aren't for good. Then he's not all good, because this isn't a good. This is a not good. It says it. Which again,
right.
doesn't completely mean God is impossible. It just means that the God described in the Bible is a contradiction. So that particular version of him is impossible.
So you're probably gonna say that I'm moving the goalpost, but like, it could very well be, and I'm not really educated on that particular verse. I haven't read like the commentaries on it or anything, but it could be very well the use of the idiomatic language. Where one thing by default means something else.
He's juxtaposing it with harm. I'm going to harm them, not for good. That's pretty. Because for a second I was like, maybe he means like not forever, like not for good, like not once and for all. But the way it's described is like, no, that would be crazy to say that. And people in the chat were wondering, that's in Amos chapter 9, happens in verse 4. You can read the whole, lead. It's just 4 verses. They're kind of long verses. It's a whole paragraph. But anyways, it's an interesting verse. It's one of those ones I'm just scanning through and reading across, and then you find it and go, huh, that's odd. That doesn't sound all good. That sounds not good. Because he says not good. So I don't know, maybe you're right and we shouldn't take God at his word. Maybe I'm listening to God closer than I should be. But then that seems like our roles are reversed.
Yeah, I see. By the way, do you have any guests waiting?
No, but I can play some music if you have to go somewhere. Like, it's all good.
It's I can stay for a few minutes, but it's late where I am. I am.
Don't worry about me, man. I'll be okay. I also have this ongoing investigation because I'm searching for my best friend who's missing. So I can always bring up that I have some docs and some maps and stuff, and I have to try and track his credit card account. So that's fine. Yeah. But what else? Another last thing you wanted to bring up?
So generally the as for the general Bible interpretations, what I would say and what most Orthodox would say is there's not just you read the Bible and you understand it. There's much room for interpreting it. There's the whole 2,000-year-old history of it. There's commentaries on every book of the Bible, and there's tens of different commentaries that mostly agree with each other and are not necessarily contradictory to each other. So yeah, that's about it from me.
Yeah, no, I follow. I don't know if you know this person. Her name is Anne Brockheimer.
I don't know who that is.
She was my first grade teacher. She taught me how to read. So I just use that mostly and just read it. But that's just me. There's also other ways to kind of look into it. But I would look into the Anne Brockheimer method. She phonetics and stuff like that. Just kind of helps you just read it word for word.
Yeah. It's not necessarily always intended word for word. So, but anyways, it was a pleasure talking to you. It was a nice, respectful conversation.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for coming up and sharing your feelings and your thoughts with us. We appreciate it. Have a good night or
Thank
morning,
you for having me.
wherever you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right,
you
take
for
care.
having me. Have a great day.
Give it up, everybody. Like I said, tonight we're taking it pretty easy, a little less combative as we continue the search for a good friend. A star-crossed buddy. Joel uploaded a video today. Oh, that's interesting. Did it have geo-tracking on it? I wonder who has his phone that's uploading videos. Quite curious. What's this sound do? Too fancy. It's all right. Just put a little guitar in it. Yeah, that's real nice. I like that. This is like one of my favorite beats I've ever made. I thought my wife was there for a second. I was going to call her in and make her listen to this. Rezan, how do I say your name? Let's see.
Rasanya.
Razanya.
No, Rasanya. Take the Z out of it.
Rasanya. It was a little too close to lasagna.
Yes, yeah, lasagna.
I love that.
Thank you.
Rasanya. Well,
Yes.
welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion?
I am 60, be 61 on the 20th. My religion, I guess at one time was Christianity, and I'm actually coming up for the first time to actually relieve myself.
Okay, well, if you're gonna relieve yourself, just like, get a pad or like some like at least like clean. Go outside maybe.
It just throw up.
No, is this true? Is this really happening? That you're like, are you like for the first time gonna say out loud that you don't believe in God or something?
I'm going to say something that I've never said before.
Let's hear it.
So, I was raised a Christian. Went from, if you don't mind me sharing a little bit of background. So I was raised a Christian for many different denominations. Went from Pentecostal to Baptist to holiness.
I don't know that.
Holiness is being filled with the Holy Spirit.
Oh, I thought it was like a like specific. Oh, actually, I have heard of that.
Speaking in tongues, dancing.
Yeah.
And if I speak of this, it's supposed to be blasphemy. So how about you're on the ground speaking in tongues and dancing, and you talking to God saying, and why you got me down here? How about that? Like, okay, these things is happening to me. I mean, I'm speaking in what they call a tongue. I'm dancing these things, and I'm on the floor. I fell out on the floor, trying to get back up, fall back down. These things are happening to me, and I'm asking God, what is this about? What is happening here? I felt no reason why this should be happening. I felt
Is there a lot of
nothing.
tongue involved? Like I didn't do that, but I imagine it was a lot of like that
Yes,
kind of
yes,
It
yes.
really is very oral.
And
Okay.
like you have no control over yourself. Like you could say, I see people say witchcraft or whatever. You could say whatever, but what I'm telling you is what I experienced. I'm telling you, I had experienced something taking over, and from that point, my life was dark. Exactly. Like, how can something be so divine and I'm feeling so dark?
Well, I mean the actual activity of rolling around and stuff when you're in
That
a
felt good.
no, I mean when you're in like the surroundings where other people are doing it, it's called herd mentality. It's just like a really common and well-known psychological phenomenon where as people that they trust and respect around them start to do something that they will like fall in line. And it kind of takes over your mind in a way.
Now, see, in my head, like, so I'm like, nothing makes sense about this. Nothing makes sense in actuality. From the very beginning of me thinking about God, nothing had made sense. But I stayed with it. And I'm not a real smart person. I don't read the Bible like from word to word, but nothing makes sense, even from the fact they said God came down in the flesh. That's what God came down in the flesh. And so God speaks to himself to say, why have thou forsaken me? Why would I speak to myself if I'm in the flesh? So an outer body experience, I don't know. I'm just saying, and even from Adam and Eve, if these was the first human beings, how did their son go out of the garden and there were other people? So
Doesn't make that's a good question.
nothing
That one
makes
doesn't make sense.
sense.
Yeah. The
So
land of Nod or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, like so there was pastors that said the devil was after me because the questions that I had asked them that they refused to answer or could not answer or did not want to answer, whatever the case is. And here I am today in my 60s, want to relieve myself of this. Like, I just don't want to either have a thought of I just want to be okay not believing.
Yeah. It's okay to not believe. Look at me. I'm fine. I've not believed for 20 years. My life only got better. It's perfectly fine. People go their whole life with never even like hearing about God, and they're fine. And they're fine. And life's hard for them, and life's hard for Christians. Like it's the same. It's really just exactly the same. And the good news is like the really good news is that Satan isn't real. There's no like scary demon monster trying to hurt you. That's just not true. And I think like, honestly, it'll help to say that. Are you willing to say Satan isn't real?
I could say that Satan isn't real, but if you understand when I say that, what I feel and like in my gut, because it's almost like something attached to me.
Oh, you'll
Like,
feel that for a while. Yeah.
It's like,
Rosaria, that's natural. You are indoctrinated to believe this stuff. That happens for a long time. For me, it happened for about 2 years. I stopped believing, and I was still like scared of God for like 2 years. It just kind of like sits inside of you. It's just like when you have a really bad dream and you wake up and you realize it wasn't true, but you're still scared. You still like your body is still reacting with fear. And if you, and that's just after one night. Now imagine 60 years of this nightmare that you've been believing. And you have to, it's going to take a little bit of time. Give yourself some patience and be real easy with yourself. And when you're ready, you'll say, God isn't real. And you won't like look out for lightning. You know what I mean? Like it won't scare you. It took me a little while, but you'll totally get there because Rosonia, God isn't real. He's not there.
I could believe in that moon being God. And I'm in my head, like the moon is right there. I feel like the moon making the moon God for me, like because
Rosonia, that's probably how it started.
More for me than God.
These like ancient people saw the moon and they were like, okay, well that is be fucking beautiful. That for sure is God. And then like they expanded out after that. They should have just left it. Just leave it alone, right? And just let the moon be God, and then don't include the universe and the good and the evil and all that stuff because that doesn't make sense. Now people are rolling around on the floor, flapping their tongues around on each other. Like leave all that out because now we all feel like idiots when we realize later. And by the way, don't feel stupid. We all like everyone has this thing where they're like, I can't believe I believed this shit for so long. It's okay. It's totally fine. And I got to tell you, I'm really excited for you. You have you have a whole lot of life ahead of you. And I really think that the best years are ahead for you. This is going to be an exciting change in your life that you're going to get to go explore some new ideas and some new experiences that you might have otherwise kept yourself from doing. Yeah,
for real. Like you're right. Based on whatever system that just was dormanted in me. that I gotta just like nightly, like really nightly, daily. I'm thinking about this like a plague, like, you know, and I know there's good things there is good things that's happening in the church community, right? Like, you know, fellowship, but all the rest of that, like, can you just leave that out now?
Yeah. You can find that in other communities. We have a community on, I don't know if you use Discord. It's an app where you can like build communities and talk to people. This is a community right here. There's people in the chat who are like happy for you. They're talking about how much they love your laugh. Become friends with them. Hang out with us. Chill out in here. It's fun. We have jokes, and we help people deconstruct. That's the whole point of what we're doing. So, now, serious question though. Is this your first time on my show?
I passed it twice, probably.
Okay.
And I just glanced in. It's almost like I'm doing people watching. Like
yeah, that's fine.
In, but it becomes scary. Like I'm peeking in.
Yeah. What about? Have you ever heard of Joel Reed's Bible?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna take the tally then. That's close enough for me. I just want to make sure that I can take credit for your deconversion away from Christianity here. I think that's close enough. I'm gonna mark that one for me if you haven't heard. Because he would be, if he was here, he'd be like, sure, I probably had a lot to do with that, but no, it wasn't him. So, okay, well, hey, this is really, really good. I want you to just like hang in there. If you do want to say God isn't real, we would love to hear that. Start your first atheism here. Go for it. But if you're not ready, come back later and do it. Okay.
I will come back later. Thank you for having me up.
Come do it on our show. We want to hear it. We want to celebrate with you. I'm serious. Do it out loud. And also like, you'll feel a little safer because we'll be with you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
How about that? What a fun time. What a fun guest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if he was here, he'd probably say I shouldn't take full credit, but like, she didn't mention anyone else. So, I mean, look, the truth is, everyone, you get your own tally. most of the work happens on your end, but I don't have all of your names on the tally sheet though, so I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna just do one more. Since Joel's not around, he can't really stop from doing that. Lil John, big fan, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
I'm 52, and I'm not a part of a religion, but I was raised Christian, and I pastored for 10 years. I sung gospel for 37 years, and I was a gospel radio announcer for 27 years, and I'm no longer a part of any religion anymore.
You want to give us a taste?
Wow!
Just kidding, yeah. So tell me a little bit. You used to be like not just indoctrinated, but like in it, like fully.
I was indoctrinated, and my job was to indoctrinate others.
Right? Yeah. So you were the indoctrinator. Yeah, for sure. I did a little of that myself too. Not like from the pulpit, but in a more sneaky way. I would go and like sneak people in. I look back on that with regret. But like, are you fully out now? Like, where are you at?
Yeah, I'm fully out. I have my own, I guess I would say my own walk. I don't believe in this story, Jesus. I don't believe in nobody sacrificing anybody. I believe all that is mental illness of, going and sacrificing somebody, and all the blood sacrifice, all that stuff is witchcraft and demonic and mental illness. And I've grown, and I feel so bad because, I'm the one that will be, celebrating the resurrection and going to people's houses for the Passover, and them talking about putting blood over the doorposts and stuff. And I'm like, and hanging somebody on a cross and sacrificing somebody for me. I mean, I just came to the decision that this is all a mental illness. It's past demonic. It's sick.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that for my son. I wouldn't do it for nobody else's son. I wouldn't do it to nobody else's son. And I just realized
it's creepy.
It is very creepy. And
I don't know who was the first person that talked about this. I want to say it was like, was it like from the Addams family? Is someone in chat will know who was the first person to bring up this thing that was like, isn't it weird that they wear the cross on their neck? Like if he had died by guillotine, would they all be wearing guillotines on their neck? And I remember like when I first heard that, I don't know where that came from. Someone thought of this, and I was like, oh yeah, that is weird. They wear the death thing. But now like they would. It's Louis C.K. I didn't know that. But they now they like would wear like a gun. You know what I mean? So like they do celebrate like weaponry of death in a kind of in a weird way. So yeah, maybe they're just screaming something. I don't know. Anyway, so like I want to hear about like what do you have left? Like, is there something that you're stuck on or thinking about, or are you driving right now?
I am driving, but I'm actually.
It's like just really against the rules to do that.
Oh, okay, but I just stopped, so
okay.
I can just respond to you. That I'm actually healed and over it. I mean, it was a lot of healing because I grew up with a lot of ministers in my family.
We lost your mic, I think.
Okay, hold on one second.
I think we were like on your Bluetooth and you turned your car off or something because I don't hear anything. Jacob, that's what I was thinking of in the Discord. The rabbi from Robin Hood Men in Tights with the little mini guillotine circumcision thing. I was thinking of that exact same thing. I'm glad you found that. God, I love a high quality GIF, like a crisp GIF. What's this? Yeah, this other one is the same thing too.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that's a little better. There you go.
Okay, yeah, I've healed from a lot of the trauma that I went through with Christianity, and now I'm working on trying to help others to heal. I do realize that it was not something that I need to be a part of, and I do realize that it hurt me, it hurt my family, and to see my mother go through her whole entire life, you know, giving her whole life to the church, sacrificing everything from our home, her livelihood, putting the church before everything. It was very painful for me to see as a child. And I ended up doing the exact same thing my mom did and giving myself away and sacrificing myself
Right.
for the church. And I realized that, you know, I wanted to start writing a book. And the book was going to be about the spiritual hospital, about healing in the church. And as I began to write the book, I started seeing things that I did not like. And so I started wanting to know, well, how did this religion start?
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was confused. You were starting to want to write a book while you were still in it.
While I was still in the church.
Got it. And so you were reading the Bible closer, and then you were like, "This is fucking gross." Yeah, I get. Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
deep into the Bible because I wanted to know
that'll get you.
everything.
Yeah.
And then as I got deeper into it, I wanted to know, well, okay, well, how did this happen? Well, how did they have enough time to do this? I'm like, how did they get these mosquitoes on this boat? How did they get these gnats and flies on this boat? I mean, I'm like, and then how did they go across to a whole nother environment and get polar bears and penguins and bring them to that area? I said, none of this makes sense. Hold on.
Mosquitoes is really funny. I never thought about that one. I feel like you just they just ride the polar
Sorry, I
bears.
couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh no, that's okay. Hey, like I'll be honest with you. So what we're mostly talking to are people who are still kind of struggling with it. I do appreciate your kind of like deconstruction testimony here for sure.
Yes.
But did you have a finale or something?
No, I was stopped and I was listening at the lady that was speaking, and I thought it was just beautiful what she was saying and how she was trying to get through the process. And so I was listening and I thought it was very interesting.
Well, I hope she's still here to hear this, because I was telling her that like there's people who are also going through this that are going to be her new friends. So Rasanya, I think I said her. Rasanya, if you're still here, Lil Jon is your new friend. He's going to bring you a DoorDash, and you guys are going to hang out. And he called you a young lady. Just throwing that back in there. I don't know if there's a love connection happening here, but you know, see where things go. Okay, hey, Lil Jon, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. All right,
Thank you for having me, and I'll continue to listen.
keep doing your atheisms, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right. I don't know if I've ever done DoorDash. I don't know if I've ever I've gotten Grubhub before. It's kind of the same thing, right? No, this person didn't load. Nikki's. Oh, I was trying to load someone else in, and they didn't come. So that was a waste of time. All right, look, folks, this is a really fun topic to do. It's a nice break from the contentious topics. We get to kind of chill out, hear some positive stories that of people who are doing their atheisms, and hear from some Christians who, like our first guest, who wasn't deconstructing in any way, but is willing to kind of share the points that actually affect them. And I think that's really important for people who are on the fence to hear those kind of things that are like, you know, sometimes when you just speak to Christians and it's just a debate back and forth, it seems like they're just like all in. and like everything makes sense all the time. But then if you ask them like what parts don't make sense, they're going to bring stuff up. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense. So anyways, I'm going to switch it over to one of the more debatey backgrounds now. This is lovely and I like doing it, but it is not a guest bringer upper, an upper of bringer guests. Is that right? Is that good? Okay. Let's see. Really enjoy doing that. If I had a radio show and we had just like a constant flow of guests, I would run this one every Thursday night. You know what I mean? Like it would just be my like go-to thing. So, or maybe Sunday nights. I don't know what's a good night for deconstructing. Let's see here. Do. There we go. How can a good God be so bad? It's also fucking Friday. Maybe we just run this Friday one. The Christian God is a make-believe. Thanks for getting the indoctrinator. Sarah, I was thinking the same exact thing. I was like, oh, that's a good one. I was actually thinking more of like a wrestler name. Maybe we should make a list of pro wrestler names. Oh, that reminds me. I was sharing in the Discord earlier today some of the Halloween costumes I've done in the previous years past. And one of them was Hulk Hogan. I was probably 28. I don't know, the music stopped. I was probably 28, but I did a full like wig and like hair. I think I got a fake mustache. Like cuz it was like a big handlebars thing. And then I did like the little yellow, the skibby ones, and I got big yellow boots. It's kind of expensive to get like big yellow wrestler boots. But the reason I did it, I'm not like a Hogan fan. It's just that a group of friends were all doing like 80s wrestlers. So we all did it as 80s style wrestlers. And there was like, someone was Jake the Snake. Someone was, whoever, like all the ones that I don't remember all their names. And so I was Hogan, and it was gross. It was a really gross outfit. It was really disgusting. I don't have the same kind of like orange hot dog skin that he does. Not that he doesn't look gross. He looks gross. Was Undertaker around in the 80s though? I mean, we had Andre the Giant. Like it was that era. You know what I mean? It wasn't a singlet. It was like a cut off yellow shirt and just the small yellow like underwear basically. And yeah, I think we had a Macho Man. We have to have had a Macho Man. And that was a good costume, but not my best. Some of the other costumes I did. Carvin got me in the Discord there. I'm sure we had a Ric Flair. Whoo! Okay, some of the other costumes I did. So the Neanderthal one was really good. That's one of my best costumes. I did have pictures of that in the Discord. What I did for Neanderthal was I actually just bought a bunch of secondhand store, like Goodwill stuffed animals, teddy bears, any like stuffed animal that was $1. And I skinned them. Like I brought them home and I cut them open and took all the stuffing out. And it's a fucking mess because they're packed so tight. And you take like one teddy bear out, it's like, oh, that's a lot. But I had like 9. And so I had like all this filling and stuff, and the hairs, like when you cut it, just start going everywhere. So I made real like teddy bear pelts and then fastened them around me and around my feet and around my waist and stuff, and made like a whole like Neanderthal looking pelt costume with like like you could see a little like bear head. And it was really good. It just turned out so great. And then some like eyebrow makeup and a dumb face and a long beard and stuff, and a like big staff. Great costume. Just turned into a really, really cool. People were like, where did you get this? Because it looked like fur, but then you look close and you realize that it's just little stuffed animals. a bunch of them. So they're all like different textures and stuff. There's like a polar bear and a leopard and like all these kinds of things. It just turned out so good. And by the way, yeah, if there are any guests, please come up. The other one I did was there's some other good ones. Oh, Talk Show Ghost. I think that this might have just been last year or 2 years ago. I went as a talk show ghost. And so I have, you guys probably remember on my birthday, that like shiny blue suit that I have. It's like blue and it has all these like sparkly kind of things on it. Such a cool, it's just a jacket. It's so cool. It's my favorite jacket. I use it as much as I can. So every birthday and fun stuff, I put it on. But I wore it for like a Halloween. And so it was like a talk show kind of thing. But then I ghosted my face to look kind of dead. So I was a talk show ghost. There's a pun there. It's a very like Bob's Burgers kind of costume, you know, like it has a pun in it. And I also like got a little microphone, you know, actually this would have been great, but it wasn't this, but like one of those kind of Bob Barkers. And I made a bunch of Halloween trivia. So when my pocket at this party, I was actually going around being like, the first Halloween was celebrated in what year? And I would give them like all these options. And they thought I worked there, but I was just like having fun. And if you get it right, I give you Halloween candy. Like it's a perfect like trick or treat, you know, it's time to play trick or treat. And so it was a really great costume. Turned out really good. I did David Bowie from the Labyrinth once with the goblin, the baby. I think he says the baby more. Get the baby. I did that, which was good. What other Halloween? What are some Halloween costumes? Yeah, Goblin Prince is his name. Yeah. So the one costume I did when I was younger that I would cancel myself for, because looking back, it's super racist, and I wish I hadn't done it. Just because I wore like a sombrero and like a kind of a poncho thing. I didn't like do like facial makeup or anything like that, but I was like, man, I used to suck. This was back when I sucked. And I wish I hadn't done that. But the mechanics of the costume were really cool because I went as a cockfight. So what I did was I rigged this thing over my shoulders and around my waist that had these two wire hooks that came up, and I put rooster puppets on them. Yeah, exactly, Mitchell. Like seriously, like really like not a fan of how I used to be. But you know, yeah. I'm just not going to run for president. Can't do that. But probably shouldn't be here. But anyway, so the wires came up this way, and then I got rooster puppets, and I put them on each wire and fastened them to those, and they're a little bit loose. And then I put like I like put little teeny toy knives that I like taped to this one's foot, and this one had like a black eye. I kind of like fucked up the puppets, like burned them a bit. But when I would like wiggle like this, they would fight at each other. It would look like they were fighting. And so then I would like hold money and tickets and be like, you know, $2 for this one. What do you want for this one? And there was like it's like I'm the guy selling tickets, but in front of me, there's two chickens fighting to the death. It's a really good idea for a costume, but I actually don't have any pictures of it. And if I did, I would delete them because I'm not like proud at all now of the, of what the like, you know, the Mexican stereotype kind of thing that I did of it. I just like not into that anymore. So I don't know if there's a way to like maybe do that without that, probably, but but the mechanics were cool. Richard, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Yeah, hi, Mezzo. My age, I'm a boomer.
Nice.
I'm old, man.
Boom.
But I'm young at heart, and I was raised Christian. I was raised in a kind of a cultish, kind of a Pentecostal church, which was interesting because it was the same type of church, Pentecostal, that Jim Jones and the People's Temple had. and they're the ones that speak in tongues and raise their hand. They
Yeah.
sing in the spirit. They babble. It's Hey, I just want to mention something. I listen to you sometimes. I think you're really intelligent and interesting. I listened to a couple times that you interacted with uh, Born Again Atheists. You guys did a thing together one
She's the
time.
best. Isn't she the fucking best?
She's got so much energy, and she's so alive and free. She freed herself from this occultish thing. It's so my story and her story are a little bit similar. 'Cause
Yeah.
I also went to college and at UC Santa Cruz, and I sort of, I don't know, accidentally deconstructed my faith because it took me a long time, to gradually get away from it. And now it turns out most of my family are MAGA.
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like I've lost my whole family. Not all of
I
them.
got a
but
few of those. Yeah.
I just appreciate, I like your thing you say about the wet box, the wet cardboard box is the beginning of, that's very, very clever. I enjoy your show, and I don't know if you allow friendlies up. Born Again Atheists mostly just wants, Christians to debate, but
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah, that's what we do too. But I'm really glad you like my wet box argument. That's something that I've worked really hard on. And I think really makes a really good point when you think about it.
it's the logical equivalent of what they say, that has something, it has to have a beginning, and that must be God. Well, why does it have to be God?
That's what I was thinking when I came up with it. Yeah. All right, but yeah, I do just we're taking up debates here, and but I do appreciate you very much, and I'm glad you deconstructed and keep doing your atheisms.
I'm not like so much a hardcore atheist. I just can't handle the the religious political right. I can't. I'm pretty much estranged from my family now.
Yeah.
Not most of them. Well, I had one question though. Are you and Joel reads the Bible? You guys friends, or was there a something that happened, or what?
Yeah, well, we're best friends. He's just missing. Like we're looking for him. He went on a trip, we think, and then haven't seen or heard from him in a while. So we're just kind of if you hear anything, or if you see him, or if he sends you a message, or if he's like, hey, that's mine, or like if he sends you a DM that says that or anything, just let us know.
I thought maybe there was an argument or something. He's just missing, huh? That's.
Well, I mean, he does this from time to time. It like stems from a small argument, but he's very emotional. He takes it very personal, so he'll leave for a while and stuff. But he always comes around. Yeah.
Yeah,
he's fine.
Okay. Well,
Give it
anyway,
time.
I just wanted to say hi and appreciate you letting me come up.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. Thank you, Richard. Take care. If any of you fucking say that, if you tell Joel that I took credit for that, I'll just don't even fucking do it. I'll be honest with you guys, though. Yeah, he is my star-crossed buddy, and did he bring Joel Jr. with him? I just saw a scroll by. Who's to say? I do have a whole argument called Mezzo's Hard Stick that I haven't gotten a chance to actually do yet. That's I think quite complimentary. It fits really well with Joel's wet box. Mezzo's Hard Stick does, and that's true. That's actually true. It hasn't come up. I thought of it and I was like, oh man, I have like a perfect thing. So maybe it will tonight. We'll see. But it seems like we're getting a bunch of friendlies tonight, which is fine. I'm having a nice Friday night. I actually needed this. I needed to talk to you guys. These weeks have been a challenge. But I love y'all. I like being here. So this is nice. Okay, other Halloween costumes I did include, I went as a poacher once, which now that I'm a vegetarian, would not to find as funny, but it's Halloween, like it's supposed to be scary. And I did a kind of similar thing with it's where I originally got the idea for the Neanderthal one, because years earlier I did that. Like I went as a scary poacher. It's not good. And it was like I bought a pair of children's like a onesie pajamas, like infant. It's like maybe for like a 1.5-year-old, like that size pajamas that were like a little lion onesie, and I wrapped it around me like it looked kind of like Coming to America, the one that James Earl Jones wears in Coming to America. Does he not wear maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Let me see. Yeah, he does. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it was kind of like that. And so kind of like wrapped around, and then I had not Eddie Murphy, but his dad, James Earl Jones, plays his dad, and he has the the king of oh fuck, what's the name of their country? What's the name of the country in it's not Amanda. Zamunda. Y'all had it. Did you guys look it up? Brady didn't look it up. Brady, you knew it. Did you guys look it up? One in chat if you actually knew that. Oh, it auto-corrected to Amanda? That's fun. That's fucking funny. That's impressive. I could not remember. Yeah. Right next to Wakanda. They border, I think. They should have put that in Black Panther. They should have mentioned that it was on the border of Zamunda and then some real one, That would have been fun. You know it from a Ludacris song? Okay. The Coming to America 2, was that good? I don't think I watched. That's like recently, right? They did it like kind of they did not like a remake, but McDowell's. At the very least, Black Panther should have walked by a McDowell's. Right. So anyway, I did that costume, and that's another one I would not do again, but it looked really cool. I had like a safari hat other than that and things like that. So, all right, welcome in. We have Sarah. Welcome, Sarah Tiger. Hi. What's your age and religion?
I'm 33 and I'm Christian.
Welcome in. Well, we're talking about tonight how the Christian God is make-believe. That's the one you believe in. So did you make that belief up?
I don't believe I made it up. I think it really is. So why do you think it's make believe?
I think it's like, for me, it's all the fantasy in the Bible, like all the stuff that just screams mythology.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, sure. In fact, give me 1 second. I'll open this up because it's better. I have a little. I wrote this down once. Let me find it real quick. I should probably, instead of talking about coming to America, what if maybe instead I had like prepared for this conversation? Do you think that this might have gone better?
Maybe.
I'm a fucking mess.
That's okay. Hey, we all are. That's why we need Jesus.
All right, here's what we have. Okay, so there's this story that you've probably heard of where there's a talking snake. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm actually, no, jog my memory.
Like Adam and Eve are in the garden and the snake talks. Yeah, doesn't that sound like a mythology a little bit?
I don't think it's an actual snake. Does yours say snake or serpent?
Those are the same thing.
Well, we don't know that they're the same thing.
Let's just look it up. What is a serpent?
Yeah.
A large snake.
So I think, from what I understand, what a serpent is in it's not a creature that we can look at and say that that's definitely a snake. The fact that it's two different words kind of points to that. So I think we think of a serpent as a snake, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it was translated from or what the Hebrew was. It's not like you would think of it as an actual literal snake, you know?
That's true. I mean, we can look it up what the Hebrew word says if you want. I don't know how to read Hebrew, but we can look it up, and then it'll tell us like what it is. So let's see. I think it's in Genesis 3 where we first hear of it. So let's look up Genesis 3:1. I'm not totally sure about that, but to me, like the difference is like snakes include like little gardener snakes, but when you say serpent, you're talking about a boa or a cobra or a python, like some of the larger ones. Okay, here we have the serpent was more subtle. Okay, Masoretic text. Now the serpent. Let's look at the Strongs. Okay, the masculine noun nakwash. Nahas. This is the word that is used for serpents and snakes.
Okay. So I don't know Nahash, what it all means. So some of the things that I've seen people talk about serpents as is we have other portions of the Bible where it talks about dragons, for example, in the book of Job and also in the book of Revelations. So I understand these creatures that they're talking about to be devils and demons, fallen angels.
Yeah. By the way, that's a really great example of another like mythological characterization. Like the Bible seems fake because it has a bunch of dragons in it. And either way, like they talk, the snake or the serpent or the dragon or whatever it is talks. That's like that's pretty hard to believe. That seems silly. There's also a talking. Have you ever heard the story about a talking donkey?
Yeah, the talking. Yeah, absolutely. But I believe that really happened.
That's in Shrek.
Sure.
That's like a fantasy movie that is in Shrek.
Well, right, but we
were talking about Eddie Murphy. Yeah.
Like the Bible came before Shrek.
Oh, that's in the Bible too.
No, I'm saying Balaam talking like that actually happened, right? That is an actual thing that happened. So you can't say, "Oh, look, Shrek happened, so therefore the Bible couldn't be true."
No, I'm just explaining to you why it seems like fantasy because all these fantasy stories have the same kind of stuff in it. You mentioned Job has like it has a Leviathan, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and behemoths, those are in Final Fantasy.
But
what about giants?
The Final Fantasy, like, and all those there's a lot of video games that will take these names that are from the Bible and use them. Yeah,
because it's like, oh, this is so mythological and fantastical. We should use that because it makes it sound like it's not real, but it just makes it sound exciting and fake and fun, like a fantasy world.
Well, I mean, the Genesis is old and Job is really old. Like these are very, very old books. So if they're coming from way back when, like, wouldn't people be like using them, right? To be like, oh, let's pick these up. These are names of real demons and real devils, real angels, you know?
No, I mean, I don't think. Obviously, I don't. I think that's not true. I think that it's make believe. I have one other. I mean, I have a whole bunch more. But one other one is where these sticks are brought to life with sorcery. Do you know about that one?
Are you talking about when they turn the sticks into snakes and with Moses?
No, it's like these broomsticks. I think that's
Where is that?
that's in Fantasia. That's Mickey Mouse does that one. Moses does that too?
Yeah, right. When he takes God, he asks for a sign, right? How is he going to show and prove to the children of Israel that God really sent him? He said, "Hey, throw the stick down; it'll turn into a snake."
Like magic?
I mean, if you want to call it that, because the other source, Pharaoh's sorcerers also used magic, and they turned theirs into snakes too.
Great. Yeah. So I mean that's why. So like the magic and stuff is why it seems like make believe.
I mean, the thing is, like, magic. Where did magic come from? The idea of magic.
They made it up. Yeah, people invented. They just made up the idea because they didn't know what was happening. So when someone did something, they'd be like, "That's witchcraft. It's sorcery," because they thought it was like.
So like if
real.
if you literally saw somebody turn a stick into a snake, and you're like, I have no explanation for that. That's magic. That's sorcery. And then somebody else like, ha, I knew it. Like that's a silly argument.
I don't understand. What do you think the argument is? That it's silly?
No. Just that you said people can't explain something, so they say it's magic. So if you
That happens all the time in other religions.
Right, but if you can't explain a stick turning into a snake, what would you? Okay, you tell me how you would explain it.
I don't think it really happened. I think they made it up. It's a fake story.
Okay,
but I do think though
where did it come from though?
I do think that there were people doing tricks, for sure. Right.
Okay, so you think it was like people doing tricks, and then they're like, "Oh, that's magic."
I mean, famously, there are like Egyptian tricksters. That's like is a thing that they did. Is they did like illusions, and it would like trick people into thinking that they were doing this kind of magic. That still happens today.
I mean, sure, that could be some of the things that are explained here, but magic is across cultures and across different, places. So it's not just like independently found in one specific place. Wouldn't it seem more likely that there were things that are happening that were unexplainable, and then people said, "Hey, this is something that's outside of nature."
Yeah, they were unexplainable. Just like you can't explain how what's his name made the Statue of Liberty disappear, right?
I don't know about that story.
What's the guy's name who made the Statue of Liberty disappear? You guys in chat know. There's like that famous magician. Like so like if I'm just doing this with my fingers, can you see this?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can tell, but do you see smoke coming out of my fingers?
Yeah, I can see it now a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm doing sorcery right now.
Okay.
Okay, see how my fingers made a fire here? I just like made that happen right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, can you explain it?
Maybe you had some powder on your fingers that were there, and you rubbed it together.
Nope.
Okay, it could literally be, I don't know. You explain it. I mean, it's brown, so there's some substance there.
Yeah, that's the ash. That's ash from it.
Yeah, I couldn't explain it, I guess. What you tell me.
So you can't explain it. So do you think it's magic then?
Right now, no, I don't think it's magic.
Okay, right, exactly. So just because it's unexplainable doesn't mean it's magic. Right? So that's what was happening back then is they couldn't explain it and they went, "Oh, magic." But they shouldn't have. They should have said, "Oh, that guy did a trick probably."
So like Moses hid a snake under his garment, and then the Pharaoh's people hid a snake under their garments, and they threw them out. And
That particular story probably never happened, but yeah, totally. There was probably like stage shows where people would do magic tricks and they would get ideas for it and then write it into stories. Absolutely. Moses probably didn't like ever go to Egypt or exist. You know what I mean? Like this is all mythology, but like, yeah, the idea would be that, there was some people early on, like in the year 200, who were saying that's what Jesus was doing. He went to Egypt and learned how to do the tricks that they do in Egypt, and he fooled people with it. That's why they thought he was doing miracles. Like that's a common thing back then. And today, they're still just street magicians, right? Like this is like ancient illusions for sure. That's at least like more likely to me than that a real stick turned into a real snake with sorcery, with actual sorcery. Like you're saying, like it's so ridiculous that they had a snake in their jacket. No, I mean it's a little weird, but not as weird as sorcery. What are you talking about?
Sure. Okay. I have a question. Do you believe in a God at all?
No.
Okay, so you're an atheist.
Yeah.
Do you believe that any human has any spirit?
No.
Okay, so
not the way you use the word spirit, like the way I use it maybe, but not the way you use it.
Okay, I understand. What about like any type of life after death? Nothing after death.
Like you think like are you asking me if I think I'm still alive after I die?
No, like if somebody dies, there's no soul or spirit or any type of like do you believe like once somebody's dead, there's really afterward, it's kind of like nothing?
Yeah, I think death is the end of life. So after when you die, you're not alive.
Okay, so non-existing in any form or shape, or like no perception, no consciousness, nothing.
No consciousness for sure. No, your brain like turns total, like without blood going to your brain, it doesn't perceive things. It doesn't think.
Okay, I mean, I can definitely understand, like, if you have that view, then all of it would just seem obnoxious and fantastical, right? Because, but I guess if you have the view that a person has a spirit and a soul, and that there is, angels or any type of power that's not fleshly or physical, then some of these things might not be as fantastical.
Yeah, I definitely believe in fleshly power, but I don't know what spirit means or what soul means when you use that. I don't know what that is.
Have you ever had like any experience that you were like, okay, that was kind of weird. It doesn't seem explainable.
Yeah.
Like what was it?
Like I thought I saw a ghost once. I used to think I was hearing God's voice. I would talk to God. I used to see like shadows moving away where they looked alive.
Do you feel like that was more of like a hallucination now, or do you think that might have been something real?
Yeah, it was just like, I don't think it was like a full blown trip. It was just my mind playing tricks on me, and me being like, having been taught that this stuff was real, I was like predisposed to like try to make it real, even though it was just like shadows moving at night, and my mind was playing tricks on me. You know what I mean? So I was like, if I heard a little voice in my head, even though it was probably just me thinking, thinking in a voice, I'm going to go, oh, that's the voice I've been waiting to hear. That's the God that they told me I would hear. But it just wasn't. It was just me, Or like if I see a shadow move, I'm going to be like, that's a fucking demon. I saw a demon right there. But it's actually just like a tree shadow moving in the wind. But I was scared. So, with fear, minds do a lot of things that are not logical. They're irrational,
Yeah. Okay, I got it. Well, what do you think of? So I'm just gonna totally switch. I was just kind of curious about it. But there are things that are like, okay, for example, you can carbon date some manuscripts in the Bible, right, and kind of get a guesstimate of their age. You won't know for sure exactly how old they are or anything like that.
Like which ones? I don't know if we have like originals. I mean, Dead Sea Scrolls.
Could be. Like, for example, yeah, even the Dead Sea Scrolls, but any type of manuscript, would you agree you can kind of somewhat carbon date them?
Yeah, but if you carbon date a manuscript, it's going to say this was from the year like 400 because we don't have manuscripts before that. They're like copies of copies of copies.
Well, I mean, I thought, didn't they say that the Isaiah scroll and the Dead Sea Scrolls was maybe 300 years, each 300 years before? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any, like, we don't know if we have any originals. We
Well,
probably
not
don't,
necessarily
right?
originals.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but would you say, like, I don't know if they carbon date them. I thought they did to get their age, but maybe
Yeah.
they're using other
Yeah,
techniques.
sure, but like if you find like some paper with writing on it and you carbon date it and it says it's from the year 500 BC, for example, that doesn't mean that this story was written in 500 BC. It could have been copied from an like we don't know how far back, right?
Right. The reason
Yeah.
I'm asking this is I haven't researched this much, but one thing that was kind of interesting is in the book of Daniel, at the end of chapter 9, it gives a prophecy and a time, when Jesus is going to die. And so I went back and kind of calculated it, and it came out to be 33 AD, which is what people are guessing, estimating as his actual death based on 33 years in ministry and all that stuff. Would you say that that would be some sort of evidence that there might have been something prophetic in that?
I don't believe in prophecy, no.
But I mean, I'm not asking if you believe, but would you say that there would have been something prophetic in that if somebody were to guess the actual exact date of his death?
Well, I'll explain it like this.
Are you gonna make a song?
This is the wrong sound. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna talk about prophecy. Gonna talk about prophecy. Sorry, hold on. I wasn't planning on singing. It's too cold. Water's too cold, but it's good. Prophecy. That's a little bit better. The thing about prophecies that don't impress me much, which is Shania Twain. I don't know if you're a big fan or not, but is like for example, like if I have this scroll, sometimes I use a scroll prop, and we're like, oh, what is this? What's in this scroll? So we read it. I actually have to like do this again. It's a prophecy. It's like a prophecy scroll. I don't know if you guys can read this. It says, and on that day, the unbeliever known as Mezzo shall meet with a guest in the place of clocks. I don't know what that means. A place of clocks? I guess I don't know totally what that means. Like maybe like TikTok? Do you think that this is about right now? This is about you and me? Like this is obviously written, but like before, do you think this is about you?
I see where you're getting at with this. You think they're vague enough where you can make them into anything?
Well, that's pretty specific. Like it had my name and it's talking about you and TikTok. Like that's kind of like, that's actually a pretty good one, right? We're on TikTok. You're not convinced yet. Let's just keep reading. And they will speak of prophecies and gods. And when this comes to pass, Mezzo will indeed offer a tune of pleasing chords. I was just playing a piano. Are you freaking out, or is that your kid?
That was my
So they believe it. Are you convinced now?
Well, I think it's one thing to have a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's a totally another thing to have literally died. You're right.
Okay, you're not convinced yet. Let's get. Alas, the thirst will overcome him, yet he will be replenished with the cold waters. That's just fucking happened. That's exactly what just happened. This is crazy. I can't believe you don't believe this. Oh, there's a little more. Though the guest will deny this prophecy, you did. It says you were going to deny it, and you did. It shall come to pass, and on that day the guest will surely have lost the debate, and the people will shower Mezzo with W's in chat. Amen. I don't. That part's probably not. I haven't seen that happen. But other than that, I mean, that's pretty spot. Oh, holy shit! Look at that. The chat is lit. So yeah, obviously, if we, I don't know, had read this text in advance, then we could kind of like make the news story match it. Like it'd be possible to do that, right? So that's why I don't believe in prophecies, because I think that's what they did. Right. If you just like have the Old Testament and then you write the New Testament to match it, that's easy. That's like not that impressive to me.
Oh, okay. Well, what about that?
Do you need to
agree?
go? I feel bad. Like,
Yeah, he's trying to take my pill bottle. I'm like, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, you should stop him from taking all the pills. I would say that.
No, I
that's
took it
more
away from him. He's a little mad at that.
Yeah, that seems more important than this. But I mean,
He's now hiding it. Can you give it back to me, buddy? So cute. Give that to me. Oh, he decided.
I mean, I'm married, but thank you.
You don't have kids?
I do. I have 2 kids.
How old are they?
They're 10.
Oh, you got through the little phase.
No, we didn't. We hated it. I wouldn't say we survived. It was terrible. Anyways, so that's my opinion on prophecies. I think that they're bullshit. The other way that they work is that vagary you're talking about, that vagueness. It's the same thing mediums and psychics use. Like the magic, it's a trick. It's a con. You can like write anything so vague. You can also look at anything with that intentful scrutiny to make it match. You did that with Daniel. Have you looked at the prophecies from other ancient religions?
To be honest, I haven't really looked at them. No.
Yeah, that's called confirmation bias. You only want to look at yours and you're intent on making yours be true. If like someone like you went through with a fine tooth comb, like through the Iliad, and we're like, what is it? What did he really mean? What was he trying to say? And also did it with like, the Quran, and did it with the Hindu Vedas, and be like, where are the prophecies in this? Then I would find it more like interesting. I would be like, okay, so you actually went through all of them. It's like none of them have anything except this, but like you only do the math the way you need the math to work out on the Daniel one, right?
Okay, that could.
And I'm sure you changed the years or changed the math a bit, probably, right?
Not really. It was I went through and looked. I researched the calendars, and then how
what does the verse say though?
Here, let me. Oh, I can't. Let me see if I can get a physical Bible because I use my phone.
Just tell me the verse. I can look it up.
I think it's the end of chapter 9, where it says that 69. It adds 62 and 7 weeks. Weeks means 7. It's like sets of 7s. So it's talking about.
So that's what I just said, Sarah. I said you're going to change weeks for years, and you were like, "No, I didn't do that." What I did was when they said weeks, I said years. Of course, of course. You have to modify what it actually says to make it match what you need it to match.
Right? This is an English translation. We translate it as weeks. It's actually 7s.
No, it's not.
Look it up. Look it up.
It's just not true. Like I'll look it up.
Are you sure that that's not true? Because that's how Jewish people understand it too, but they don't believe in the Messiah.
70 weeks.
Yeah, that's 70. So
it's supposed to be 70 years?
No. Isn't it say 62 and 7? So 69 sevens?
Strong. With many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. And in their place shall... When he's talking about what to do over the course of a single week, 7 days.
Yeah, the before that, the verse before that.
70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and anoint a most holy place. Is that what you're talking about?
The one right before that, where it says 60 from the coming forth of the commandment to rebuild the temple and Jerusalem.
It says a Messiah is coming or something?
I cannot. Let me look it up actually in the Bible and see what verse and chapter. 1 second.
If anyone else knows what she's talking about, let me know. I'll look over in the Discord here. While she does that, give me 1 second.
Okay, so it's Daniel 9:25.
Okay, sorry about that. I did let my cat move here. What is it, Daniel something?
Daniel 9:25.
Yeah, okay. That's know therefore and understand from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be set, and for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time. After the 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing, and the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. Desolations are decreed. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half of the week he shall make sacrifice and offering. Place shall be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end poured upon the desolator. Okay, so the prince is Jesus, the anointed prince?
The Messiah, the Prince. I don't know which. I'm more familiar with the King James, but mine says the Messiah, the Prince.
Okay, let me switch over to King James.
It's okay if you use yours. Is that what yours says? You cut off for a second when you were reading. Oh, baby. You want water? Come on, don't cry.
Okay, I'm just going to mute you while I transfer over. Sorry. Okay, King James. Okay, so let me go to the worst translation here. The worst translation. Sorry about that. See, right? The worst. Okay, we're on King James, Daniel 9. Scrolling down. Okay. Here's what it says, folks. It says, know therefore understand. Okay, build Jerusalem unto the Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. The street shall be built again, and the wall even in troubled times. Okay, so the street and the wall we assume are rebuilt, and after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself, and the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. So that all happened after Jesus left, I assume. Then I muted you, Sarah. You got to come off mute if you want to talk. You had a lot of background noise. So now the city and the sanctuary are all destroyed.
So I don't. I guess many people can understand in many ways, but how I understood it, it was saying that. So I understood the weeks to be sets of sevens. So I thought that these were prophetic years, and so I understood it to be from the commandment to rebuild the temple to when it was rebuilt would be 49 years, and then 62 would be from the rebuilt temple to Jesus dying would be 62 times 7, which is 400 some odd number of years.
So then all the stuff happened after that?
So from what I understand, Artaxerxes was the one who and this is the only part I'm not 100% sure on, but Artaxerxes in 444 BC put out the commandment to rebuild it. 49 years later was rebuilt, and 69.
No, that's all supposed to happen after Jesus, though. Jesus comes, and then they destroy the city and the sanctuary.
That's destruction, but not the rebuild. So
which city is getting destructed?
Jerusalem, and
we still have Jerusalem.
Remember, it was also at that time the temple was destroyed. The temple was
it says the city and the sanctuary, and it also says there's going to be a flood. Did Jerusalem?
So let's do one at a time, because
they're all right here. So here's the thing. What I think happened is that they wrote this, and let's say your timing thing is right. I don't think it is. It doesn't make sense to me. But let's say you nailed it. Then what would happen is around that time, like around the year 30, a lot of people would be claiming to be this Messiah, and a lot of people were. There was a lot of people during that time who were saying, "I'm the Messiah." No, I'm the Messiah. No, I'm. There was more than just Jesus, right? Claiming that. Okay, and there's some in the Bible even, like Simon of Magus. He had a following himself too, and he was doing magic, by the way. Now, then Jesus dies, and they write it down that then he died and he did the stuff and he was cut off, but not for himself. So they write it as that's what happened, and they're thinking, and the city's going to get destroyed and a flood is coming, and it just doesn't happen.
But that's not what was
so they wrote
written,
down
though.
the fulfillment of the part of the prophecy that they could make up.
No, but it's not.
But
in
the rest of
book
it didn't
Matthew.
happen.
But it's not in there. This is something.
What's not in there?
This particular calculation is not talked about in the book of Matthew or any of the Gospels. Like, it's something we can calculate. So if it's not talked
it
about,
says it right here. If what they meant when they said weeks was years, the way you mean it, then they would have read that and known that.
So, but then my question: if they would have known, and like at the time when these very simple fishermen and very simple people had known, there probably were people who.
Everyone would have known that. It would have been public knowledge.
If
everyone had Daniel, they would have looked at it, and by the way, they didn't have Netflix. They didn't have any other shit. They just had all these old books. People would read it and be like, "Oh yeah, so that's going to be around this time."
But they didn't. They rejected it. They rejected him. So if it was so popular and they really absolutely knew, and then they made the prophecy to match it, then they should have not rejected him. But they rejected.
There was
him
a bunch of people making the same claim, and they rejected all of them because none of them were really doing magic. Right?
But I don't think you understand. The people who would have known about these prophecies were like Jews, right? There were Jewish people would have known about these prophecies.
You mean like the guys who wrote the New Testament, like those kind of guys?
What I'm saying is like those people who had known and who had known scriptures and understood them, and those are the ones who rejected Jesus. And if the people in the New Testament had known this, who were writing it at the time, they probably would have written it in there. They would have written it in the Gospels, right?
It's like if it had said that, then by the time someone came around and a lot of people started claiming to say it was true, some people would accept it as true and some people would reject it as true. Like if it were fake, it would be the case that some people would reject it and some people would accept it. If it was true, some people would accept it and some people would reject it. That acceptance and rejection has no bearing on the truthiness of this claim.
No, but what you said specifically was that the people knew it, and so when they killed him, it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So
no, the people who wrote the New Testament knew it. They knew Daniel. They knew Isaiah, so they wrote it down. Yeah.
Then they should have written it in the gospel. They didn't write that down. It's just not anywhere.
They didn't write down that Jesus died.
They didn't write down Daniel's prophecy.
Why would they do that? They already have that written down. They did it for everyone else. Oh, you're all wet. Come here, baby. They did it for every other prophecy, right? For all the other prophecies. Like which one?
Okay, like his star. as it was written, his star was written up in the east, or another one is when.
Sarah, I want to go over these with you, but we have to do it some other time. Your kid is very cute. It's just really, really loud in my headphones.
Okay.
Is it, sorry, like I don't want to like
Yeah.
totally shut this down.
No,
But
yeah, I agree. Let's do this. How about like I'll come back another time with actual like something with actual numbers. You read through it and like discredit it. Like
I'm not convinced by prophecy, and I kind of told you why. So when you put that together, make sure that you like keep in mind that it has to show that like it couldn't have been written later. And it has to nail the date. It also like should like be a prophecy, because sometimes people like this one it's like, and this is going to happen soon. They're saying that. Sometimes people say there's a prophecy, but it's like something about the past, like it's not a real here comes the future type of thing. So when you put that little binder together, just make sure that it's like actually impressive, because I've never heard a prophecy that made me be like, what the fuck? Like, it's always just like, yeah, anyone could have written this. Anyone could have said that Jesus did this. Anyone could have like read the Old Testament and then said it happened again. We don't know who wrote the New Testament. Like, it's just so unconvincing. You know what I mean? But
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. But look into the numbers, and with
I'm not going to. I'm not going to like do Daniel math. I don't think it's true. Like you go ahead and bring it, but like I'm not going to spend my time. Sorry, like just like doing like Hebrew math. That's not something I enjoy, because like if they nail it, if it's exact, and it's like, wow, they really nailed it. It was the year 33. I don't know that Jesus died in the year 33. It doesn't say that in the New Testament. We don't know that that's true. Like that, you know what I mean? So like, it doesn't like really do anything for me.
Well, I mean, you're right that it doesn't really say exactly the year 33 is when he died, and it doesn't exactly say exactly what year Artaxerxes put forth the commandment to rebuild the temple, and all of it could be speculation. But at the same time, we have to have a standard, right? If we say that there's no standard at all and there's nothing, then where do we get any truth from, or any historical facts at all,
Oh, sure. Yeah. So like ones that don't have magic, we're going to take more seriously for sure.
I mean,
So
this isn't magic. This is literally
but sorry, just to be clear,
right?
when there's a story that also has magic in it, then we have to kind of look at it and go like, we're going to take this with a grain of salt. That's, once like once there's a talking donkey, like you said, that really happened, we have to go like, well, we got to look at this a little closer. If the story was just like, this guy was around and then he died on a cross, we'd be like, well, there were people around and people were dying on crosses. That all checks out. If that was the whole story, I'd believe it. It's because then they say he walked on water and stuff that I'm just like, yeah, I don't buy this. But anyway, your audio is a little better, but we've also been like talking for a long time. I got a bunch of people in the guest queue. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Have a good night.
Yeah, come on back sometime. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate you. Sarah was a nice guest. W's, and I should have asked this sooner, but can we get some fucking baby bottles in chat for that baby for crying? Give us some pills and some baby bottles in chat for that. Jake, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hello. So currently 20, and I am Christian.
Cool. Well, welcome in.
Started off just hello. So I just wanted to ask one quick question, like just off the bat. So why, like, what is the main thing that makes you not believe that there's any gods, period?
Yeah, for me, the gods that are described, as far as like in Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, etc., all seem either clearly mythological or contradictory. Like with the Christian God, there's like contradictions in his description that don't make sense. So I don't believe that things that are impossible can exist. And so if a contradiction is impossible, then that God can't exist. And I think that as far as no God at all exists, I think that if there is like, I don't know, some like creative force out there that's like a natural force that makes things, I don't like, I'm not convinced of that, but like even if there were, I don't think that it would fit the word God properly. Like, I just don't think that would be the right word for it. By the time we like found whatever that thing was, it would need a different name because it wouldn't fit what all the religions call their God, you know. So yeah, I don't believe in any gods.
Yeah. That's fair. Yep. So my main next question is like, so viewing off of that there are no gods, what would you say is the alternative? Because to say that something isn't
atheism,
correct, but then offer nothing else as an extra, you know. So what exactly do you mean by atheism? Do you believe in the scientific of like the Big Bang? Do you believe that nothing started? Like, what would you say replaces everything that gods would create?
Oh, sure, yeah. So
you say, sorry, I probably confused you. My bad.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like you're filling the gaps in our knowledge with God. It's like God of the gaps. That's the classic move. Some people call them gapes, but those people are nasty, like sick, nasty, twisted freaks. But yeah, so like our gapes we would fill with nature mostly, right? So like we would say, if they're like, how did life come to be? Nature, like the laws of nature allow for those types of things. In fact, they like probably necessitate it. As far as like the beginning of the universe, the entire cosmos, I would assume since everything else has been natural, it's either eternal or it's a natural start somehow. But I don't know. Like some of the things get filled with question marks. But like, look, just because you don't. Like if I asked you what's like, 56 times 9,322, don't use a calculator, what's the answer? I don't know, you could probably figure it out. You're a smart guy, but like, let's say like if it was a hard one that like you couldn't solve, you put an X there. You put like we don't know.
It was like
yet.
really difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't know. You don't go, I'm just going to write God here. Like you don't just fill in whatever you want to be true there. You don't get to do that. It's okay to have like a question mark. So just because you don't know the answer doesn't mean you can't show it's not this answer, right? It doesn't mean you can say like, cause it'd be like if it was like, 56 times 5,922 and you put, like you drew an apple. I'd be like, I don't know what the answer is, but I know it's not apple. Because that's not a number, right? Like I can still say reject your answer without having to give the correct answer. Yeah.
Okay, so off that, saying that there are no gods and that we are created from natural terms, why does life matter then? Because if we don't have any inherent value from something that creates us as a bigger being, our value comes from whatever we make it to be, meaning that within the same context, if we die in 100 years and we are forgotten, well, what is why? Our context,
you just said
is what
we value it. Yeah, you said it. Yeah, absolutely. For a long time, life didn't matter. When life was just only like mushrooms and plants, and there were no minds yet thinking about them, it didn't have value. You need a mind to value stuff until like the first fish or whatever the fuck, I don't know, like really thought to itself like, oh, I really like fish food. Then like it valued that fish food. That's evolutionarily inaccurate, I'm sure. Like, you know what I mean? Like the first thinking life thought that it liked something. That's the first value that happened. Right before that, it wasn't valued by like nature. The universe doesn't seem to value us. It doesn't care when it's indifferent. It doesn't care if we live or die. In fact, if you had to guess, you would think that it wants us to die because most of the universe is trying to kill us. Right. Like there's not a lot of room for life in the universe, but we're still looking. There's lots of spots that it could be. So yeah, it just seems like once minds evolve, then they assign value to things. I value life now because I have a mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, off the same context, what exactly would you describe as a mind?
Yeah, I wrote this down once. It's a great question.
He's going back to his notes.
Yeah, I like wrote myself a note one time because I wanted to like describe this. Yeah. Oh no, I read notes all the time. Absolutely, yeah.
No problem.
Like I don't have any shame in that.
It's really smart. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't
Mind.
mean to call you out like that. No, like it's just
No,
it's
no, no.
fun.
I don't
That's
care.
fine. My bad.
But some people do that where it's kind of like you're gonna read like this. We don't have to like win this when people and you're not. I'm just like when people do that, it's like they feel like oh he's
Yeah.
losing. It's like well we're trying to find out what the truth is here. So here's the thing.
Yeah,
a mind
exactly.
is
It's a debate. That's the whole point. I love this.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a delay though. A mind is part of the being that involves thinking, deciding, and reacting, like the mental processing. That's kind of how I think. Whatever part of that being that is like thinking, deciding, and reacting. It's like the like emergence of what happens from a good working and well evolved brain. It's the activity.
So, 100%. So, now comes a tricky question. If what you describe as a brain is a mind is something that creates intelligent and comprehensive ideas, is able to create and also understand and visualize and realize things, does that then also inherently mean that AI has its own mind, meaning within the same regard, does it then require the ability to express its own opinions and rights if it gets to that level in the future?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't think it's there
Maybe.
yet, but yeah, maybe someday.
Okay. So, if that's the same case, would then shutting down an AI be considering murdering it?
I mean, maybe in the future. Yeah, I don't know.
Because that's a actual deal that's happening right now.
Yeah, I don't think right now it's at the level that we would like call it that. But yeah, like I could see for sure people are talking about Star Trek. Yeah, like Data, like in Measure of a Man. That's like once there's like a being associated with it, and if you turn off that being, those memories go away. That we value those memories, and so if it goes away, then that could be something that's a bummer for sure. Right, like likewise, like if I think that if somebody was, imagine someone who has like retrograde amnesia or Alzheimer's, and so for whatever reason they're losing their memory, but on their computer they have all these pictures of their past. These pictures, their memories are stored on their computer, and like their wedding and their kids and all these things are stored on this computer. And every day they wake up and they forget everything. But then, there's this note that says, look at your computer, and they look at the computer and they go, oh, wow, this is my life. My memories are stored here. I think that if someone came into that guy's house and like stomped out his computer, I would put that fucker in jail. I'd be like, don't do, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's nuts. Is that what the movie Adam Sandler's about? Like, I don't know that. I fucking can't say Adam Sandler, but like I think that like absolutely like yeah, like if that's where it like exists, then like I think that counts as part of their like that like is where they're housing their memories. That becomes part of their mind in a way. Yeah, totally.
So then, coming within the same standard, off that, where do morals come from then?
What does that have to do with the?
Why do we have a specific set of morals that just seem to be coexistent with how we live? Like how everyone should have the right to have their own house, how everyone should have the right to live, have everyone, especially since we didn't have this pop up, like, as in the same way, like within moral standards, what exactly would you say constructed them?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little twisted up because I don't see the connection there. But yeah, if we value stuff,
Oh no
those
problem. Sorry.
Jake, there's a really terrible delay. Is there any way you can get by a Wi-Fi or something like that? Because I feel like I say stuff and you're we're speaking on different like wavelengths.
Let me fix this real quick.
It's okay. I can hear there's like a 12-second delay or something.
Is this better in any way?
Maybe here.
Seriously?
I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then you clap. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Is that better?
It's like 6 seconds. Yeah, it's pretty pretty bad delay. I'll tell you this.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah, so now we're talking over each other.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not really working out. I'll tell you what. I will answer the moral question. But why don't you, like, if you maybe get near some Wi-Fi or something, come back, okay?
No problem.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you down and then answer that. And sorry to sorry to answer in a way that like you can't respond to, but when we're starting to talk over each other, it's just a little bit it's weird because you didn't have bars. Anyways, yeah, so with morality, like it is the case that once a mind evolved and it valued something, without that value, morality doesn't really exist. It doesn't really mean anything. Once you go, I like food, I want this food, and then someone comes up to take your food, suddenly that loss of food is what you feel, and you need to go, and you go, we should not take food. Don't take food. Take my food bad. These are cavemen writing this down. Take my food bad. And then like over time, we, those morals change and develop with society. That's just what it seems like happened to me. But of course, if that were the case, then like, we'd probably have like, people would just be like fighting over stuff all the time. Because then I'd write my rules, don't take my food. And then like Grunk would write down, don't take my food. And then like, I would say, but my rule says to take your food. And so then like, I don't know if that happened. If it were this way, if that's where morals came from, we'd probably like, I don't know, be fighting over food and wars and stuff. Luckily, or unfortunately, that's never happened, that there's been like a war for resources or anything. Poetry, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, I'm 22 and I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. I think you're kind of committing genetic fallacies when you bring up the mythological stuff. What do you feel about when I say that? Like, how does that come across to you? What is your first
genetic
response?
Fallacies?
So it seems to me when you're saying like, oh, like there's like a talking donkey, like with that other girl.
Yeah.
When you were talking to her, because other mythologies or other religions have these similar stories that the Bible must be false.
Yeah, she
And
asked
that's
why
like
I didn't believe in it, and I was like, it just seems like mythology, and then I was explaining why, because it sounds like mythology.
Well, then why would, just because it sounds that way,
That's
it
why I
seems
don't
like
believe in it.
But then why would that make it false? Why would you believe in
It might
something
be
just-
true. I'm just explaining to her. I was just telling her why I don't believe. Maybe donkeys do talk. Maybe Shrek is true too. But that's why I don't believe in it, because I see a talking donkey and I go, oh, this seems like bullshit. Do you disagree with, like, when you read talking donkey, do you think that might happen? Or do you go, this probably is not true?
Well, I would not believe that, but based on other reasoning, it just seemed like your reasoning was strange. Maybe I misunderstood what you were getting to with those people, because it sounded like you were saying, well, the Bible has this story, it has this serpent thing, it has these things. It sounds very mythological to me, like other things do. And I presume those to be false, just like they do.
Yeah.
So therefore, this thing must be false in some way. But that would be a straightforward genetic fallacy.
I don't know what genetic fallacy is. Maybe you're it's something, you're inheriting one thing to another thing or something like that.
No,
but I also no, it's okay. I don't care. What I'm just saying is, like, we have fun doing this thing where it's like, see all these logical things that use the same thing the Bible does, but in reality, if I told you, Poetry, I was like, hey, last week I went to the mall. And while I was at the mall, I met a fairy. And the fairy took me shopping and bought me these very shoes I'm wearing. I feel like at first you'd be on board with that story. And then once the fairy came up, you'd be like, wait a minute. And then you'd be like, did this guy even go to the mall? Like, you'd kind of be questioning the rest of the story. Maybe he went to the mall and thought he saw a fairy, or maybe he made the whole fucking thing up. But if I just said I went to the mall and bought shoes, you'd be like, sure, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I believe you.
Yeah, because that's like not an extraordinary thing. And that would make sense. But
I
when
love
there's,
that Dan Flash's will lose their subscription showed up just as we started talking about that. Because there's this store at the mall that just has like just exactly my style. Like they just know like everything in there, I would wear it. And it's not cheap. Like it's not, it's expensive stuff. Anyways, Poetry, all I was doing with that was just pointing out, like, isn't it like a little bit silly? Isn't this a little bit silly? And so that's all we were doing. We were doing the silly fallacy.
Well, when you're trying to like point that at it's silly, just because something is perceived to be silly doesn't therefore make it untrue. Or, you know what I'm saying? Fairies, it might be silly. It is silly. I would agree with you, but it doesn't mean it's therefore false. Because I can, like, what a genetic fallacy is.
Do you think that we should believe in fairies before they are proven?
No.
Right. Why not?
Well, I'm saying
Why not, though?
Wait, why? Oh, why I wouldn't believe them? Because there's no evidence, there's no testable data, there's no empirical data, which a lot of people go off of. But just because something else isn't true, like I don't think fairies is true, but just because I think that, and so let's say this is in Greek mythology, and let's say it's also in some other mythology, just because it's in one, just because it originated in one thing, doesn't therefore make the other thing false.
I get that. We were just doing a joke, like lining up. I have like a whole list of things that shows every like biblical story and then a different funny fantasy story that matches it. But have you heard of these? This sounds like a pivot, but it's not. I saw them at the farmer's market, and I have to look up the name for it. But they are like green peaches. Normally, peaches like before they're ripe, they're green, but then they turn like peach color, like reddish, yellowish. But these ones stay green and they're a little bit sour. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'll look up the name for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So green peaches. Have you ever seen them?
I don't believe so. No.
But you think they're real, though, right?
Yeah, because I mean, are you like an empiricist?
No, I'm just saying. You know, with the fairies. You immediately were like, no, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that until we have it. Right, but you did believe in the green peach and I made them up. So like what I'm saying is when it's like not too far-fetched, it's totally rational to say like, yeah, I could see that and believe that and believe in that and accept it. When it's a fairy or a talking donkey or a guy walking on water and coming back to life, we should immediately go like, no. That's not true, and reject it until the evidence comes. I think you did it the right way. It's fine to be like, yeah, maybe there's green peaches, sure, but for sure there's not fairies until we get like you can withhold the harder to believe things and accept the easier to believe things and be wrong. It's okay to be wrong about both of them. That's all we're doing here. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, then we're in agreement then.
Yeah. It's just a little genetic fallacy we're doing.
Yeah. It just came across that way because like. It bothers me when I hear other atheists or agnostics kind of wheel certain arguments out to Christians or to other people when they're not really that strong themselves. And then it's just how it came across. So like maybe
what I like to do mostly up here is bring up the things that brought me out of it. Right. I like to bring up to them the stuff that made me go, I don't know if I believe this anymore. Right. So like it can be the best argument in the world. It can be like the most like crisp, clear, logically sound, perfect argument. If it's not convincing, who gives a fuck? Right. Like that's because you'll do that. You'll tell them like, here's a perfect logical argument as like why this doesn't work. And they'll go, yeah, but it does still because I'm closing my eyes to that. Or like they don't say that, but they do. Right?
Yeah.
So like that's why what I am trying to like sometimes you got to do that with logical people. And with people who are a little more just like they feel it, they were taught it. It's interesting to me to kind of show them like, look at how like unbelievable this thing is that you're just supposed to believe, and then they can kind of like sort it out for themselves later. No one's going to change their mind during a live and go, "Fuck, you're right. I'm throwing my Bible away." It takes years for that to happen, but you plant these.
So are you trying to be like the
doubt.
rock in people's shoe to kind of think about their beliefs in like a way, if that makes sense?
Yeah, we like to think of it as more of an earworm. Like a song that gets stuck in your head, because there's like a rock cult that's kind of going around TikTok, and so we try not to like associate ourselves with that. But worms, I think, are pretty clear from any like cult references, and so a bit of an earworm. Joel does it a little better than me because he has the songs and stuff. I'm more of like an eye worm. Like, people look at me and they're just like, I can't get you out of my fucking head. Like that kind of happens. Like, I get that. I get all these DMs and stuff. So anyways, yeah, that's what we're doing up here. We're trying to help people. I'm not trying to win arguments. I'm trying to help people deconstruct from religion. That's the main point of it.
Okay, that makes sense. What was the argument, or was it like just an emotional thing for you that changed your mind, or experiential things that changed your mind from being a religious person?
I mean, it's like 12 different things, right? Like as it starts to unravel, you kind of go, well, now this doesn't make sense. This one, like, stuff kind of starts to do it. But for sure, part of it was the like, I don't think the Adam and Eve thing really happened. That really started to mess with me, where I was like, I don't think that's true. And I was like, that's fine. That's just a bit of an analogy. And then later I was like, but if that didn't happen, then that means Jesus didn't have to happen. That's all because of that. And if that story's not true, then why did he do that? And so that started to happen. And then, of course, like problem of evil and these things that, like, I didn't know the names of them, but like when I was in high school, I was like dealing with that kind of stuff.
Do you run the logical problem of evil or the evidential?
I'll do whatever. I mean, like, I know there's subtle differences between them, but like I said, it depends on the person.
Okay.
Right. So like it depends. If someone is like a really logical person, maybe that's a better way to approach it. But otherwise, it's kind of like, look at all the sick people, right? And like that might be more like jarring to the worldview in a way that can like shake them out of this thing. So
how would you respond to when Christians say, well, there's free will, and that's the reason why these bad things happen? They like to wheel that one out a lot. So
yeah, it happens all the time. I bet if you stay tuned tonight, you'll hear one, and then you'll see it happen live. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks again.
Yep, absolutely. Take care, Poetry. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Poetry for Punks. Now, we don't normally take non-believers up here, but if you say you're agnostic, I'll probably like hear you out for a second. Free will is not a satisfying answer, but if you think it is, come on up and we'll talk about it. Oh, yeah. I feel like I need like a like a fucking Aaron's magic rod. I'm gonna ban you from Discord. Holy shit, I hate that. I hate it. Delete. Like, you could just like be on a beach to this one, right? You just hang out on a evening beach? Yeah, maybe you're right, yeah. Okay, event is like he's on traders. Oh, wait, what? Huh? I don't know what that means. Okay. Hate the eye worm. Okay, here we go. Right to jail. Okay, just catching up here. I have a few things that I wanted to share with you. I write a few things down throughout the week, and then when we don't have guests for a minute, I will chat about them. Has one's in chat, if you've heard me do my atheist bit during someone else's live? I did it during some other people's lives this week. It's like when someone says, "Are you an atheist?" And then people are like, "Well, I'm an atheist." Crystal was there. It was in hers. I did it in yours and someone else's. Wait, was that? No, it wasn't in yours. You were on Truth But Verify. Is that what it was on? I think that's what it was. You heard it from Crystal? These things get around. Anyways, when someone says like I'm an atheist, sorry, yeah, trust but verify, not truth but verify. That doesn't make sense. That's actually what we're talking about in these conversations. You could trust the easy stuff, but look into it. Look into the green peach. You're good. Repeat it. Yeah. It's just, if someone's like, I'm a atheist or I'm a agnostic, and like there are all these like subtle terms. I'll say that I'm a atheist. It's like HA with an H in front of it, like that. And of course, everyone's going to go, well, what does that mean? And here's how you do the joke. You go, well, it's like it's kind of like I'm an atheist technically, but if God like somehow came down and revealed himself and like proved himself, then I would, I'd be like, hey, that's why I'm a atheist. And I'm telling you, use it in every fucking thing. It works. I said atheist before. Are you talking about my thing becoming blocked? We did that once when there was a guy who like didn't believe in apes, and we called him an atheist. It was pretty funny. It's a pretty good joke. Hey, it's dumb. I love it. It's one of my favorite things. I also have one about. Okay, here's some other things I have regarding free will, and if you can like really see, this isn't a joke, to see if someone has like true love for you if they don't have free will, like that's the common excuse, right? Like the reason we need free will is so that he can tell if we, obviously he's not omniscient, so he needs to find out if who really likes him. And so that free will means he can see who chooses, and then that choice lets him understand something that he didn't before, which is so Bob Rob, it is clever. You didn't hear me do it. You're absolutely clever. And we are apes, and it was an interesting conversation. It's like from a year ago too, and I forgot about it until you wrote it, but I said, I was like, this guy is an atheist. And so it's pretty funny, but hey, you thought of it on your own. Like, we're both geniuses. Don't give me credit for it if you came up with it on your own also. And also like it's right there. Like, we're not that smart. Anyone could have figured that out, but it's fun. Okay. So this thing of free will, and you need to have it to find out what true love is and understand. But like, we'd all be robots. They say that, like, well, do you want to be a bunch of robots? In your dreams, right? In your dreams, Christians, because in your dreams, you do, that is the case. Don't say grape theist lobes, because that on TikTok that sounds not good. I mean, I guess that is what Yahweh said was okay with. Yeah. No, I actually hate it on TikTok when people are like when they actually talk about real grapes. It's so disturbing. It's like, yeah, I like the cotton candy grapes. I'm like, ugh, don't do that. Don't do that. Ichtheism. I get that. That's fun. Yeah. Ugh. I think I'm an ichtheist. You know, I think about God. I'm like, ugh, yuck. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good one. I like that one. Yeah. Okay. So in your dreams, you don't have free will. Lucid dreams aside, sometimes lucid dreaming happens. It's a little bit tricky to do, but you can do it. But when you're dreaming, you don't have free will. You're kind of just like doing the things that your mind is making you do, and you're experiencing them that way, right? Do you still have a good time? I do. Like if you go through a dream and you're like flying around and fucking and like just like eating pizzas and stuff like that, even though you're not in control there, it still sounds great. I still like that. Except when it's terrifying, right? But when it's a good dream, you still like it even though you're not in control. So which means that God could take us out of control and we'd still enjoy it. We wouldn't be robots, we'd be dreamers. Oh, that's good. Oh, I gotta write that fucking down. Oh yeah. We wouldn't be fucking robots. We'd be dreamers. That's gonna get it. That's gonna take them down. Christianity done. Click send. Okay, that's good shit. Okay, so we have atheist and ichtheist. Who came up with atheist? Ichtheist. I gotta scroll up. Dare just say again if that was you, because that's really fun. The ichtheist. Ugh. That's really funny. That's you, Amy? Okay, I love that. Yeah. Of course it is. Of course it is. Okay, so that's a pretty fun point, and I just made it a little better. Oh, it's a fish thing, like from Bash from Pinkbeard? The hot theist. Yeah, like a theist, but just more attractive, right? Oh, it's actually a fish. Oh. Yeah, we're dreaming robots. That's fine. Yeah. Like, that's why they have the fish. Yeah. Fun. Okay. All right, here's something that I want to make a video about. I talked about this a little bit on someone else's live, but I don't think I talked about it here. We have a guest though, so let's see if the guest wants to chat first. Hey, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
19, Catholic.
Oh, welcome in. Well, we were talking a little bit about like free will and dreams and stuff. Is that what you came up for? Or you just want to talk about make-believe things?
I just want to talk about everything, if that's fine. Like, I saw your topic, so that's why I joined. I was interested in it. I want to know your take first. Did you grow up in the church, or did you like stray away from it?
Yeah, I was born, raised, and conceived in a church.
Oh, were you Catholic or what?
No, I had a friend who was Catholic, a close friend of mine across the street. So I know, bless us the Lord, and these are gifts as we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. But I don't know the rest of them because I only had dinner with them. I didn't go to their church, like maybe 2 or 3 times I went. So I remember that stuff, but I didn't actually go to it was too creepy, you know?
No. Okay. So what made you like stray away from the church? Like you didn't want to be a part of it no more, or just why don't you believe in God? Was the most important, more important question, I
Yeah,
say.
yeah. I mean, the reason I strayed from the church is because I didn't believe the stuff they were talking about anymore, right? So like, I still liked some of the people there, but there were some people I didn't. So like, once I didn't believe, I was like, God, I finally can get away from these chumps. You know what I mean? Straytheist is good, Lobes. That's good. I like that. Yeah, I'm a straytheist. I strayed. That's fucking good. Anyways, yeah, so I was telling the last person, like, as I was in high school, I didn't know what the problem of evil was. but I was thinking about it. I didn't know there was a name for it. I didn't know there were atheists. I thought everyone just believed. And so I was like, this is weird. Why are terrible things happening? Shouldn't God be doing something about this stuff? And I was like contemplating it. And another like logical problems, like, can God make a rock so heavy he can't lift it? Those types of things were like pooling up in my mind as these problems that I would hush down because everyone else around me believed, and I thought you had to believe or you would go to hell. Like I was really, really scared of hell, like genuinely fearful of hell. And so I would go like, just kidding, God. I'm not worried about you. You're good. That's, this. And then once I went to like college and took one philosophy, like 101 class, I was like, oh, there's other atheists. Like people have thought about this. There's a name for these things I've been kind of going through. And I looked into it more, and it disassembled from there. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is actually stuff that like I myself struggle with, like nobody's perfect. Everybody questions, we're all human, we all have human nature, we all have the same brain, so we all think kind of in the same way, even though we have different thoughts. I myself, even though I've been raised Christian Catholic, I always think about I focus more on God and Jesus than the church, in my opinion. Like I'm not the guy who always goes to church and stuff, but I always keep a close relationship with God. But I do, and we shouldn't, but it's just our human nature. We do question God. It's not that we should, but we do. I had the same exact. I don't know if you ever thought
I think we
about.
should.
Yeah,
Just sorry to interrupt, but like I do think like now I'm like I think everybody should, even if like you end up going back to thinking it's true, you should question your beliefs because that some people are indoctrinated to believe incorrect things. The
yeah,
cults, other religions, right? The Muslims, Baptists, the Hindus, like they're all taught something else that you think isn't true, but they just believe it. And they should like check on, everyone should just check and be like, am I on the right one? Is this true at all? And then if it turns out like, yeah, it is, then go back into it. That's fine. But everyone should like deconstruct their indoctrination that they were just like force fed from birth and like think about it and really, really question it. And like it's okay to do that. Like God's not going to kill you
yeah.
for questioning him. Like, you want a
Nah,
little
he won't.
proof? Get proof. Sure. It's fine. It's safe to do. It's safe to do because a lot of people do it and they're alive. Right? Like it's fine. It's not a big
Yeah,
deal. So, I was really worried about it because I thought like if I question it for 1 second, a truck could hit me and I'm going to end up in hell for that one question. I don't think now even like believers would think that God's going to be like, it's fine. I get it. But like now, obviously none of it's true. So it's a little easier to,
yeah. I think it's healthy to question everything, especially if you really are trying to figure something out. I think it's the start of all wisdom. It can either take you down the dark path that you might not want to be in, or like for me, thank God, it brought me closer to God because I actually started figuring out a lot of things. But
there you
for
go.
me, I had this, I don't know if you mentioned this, I had the same fears as you when it came to like hell. Like I would think almost all day about hell. I would think of it more than God. I would think of it more than heaven, because I was like, my big question was, how would a loving God send us to hell? How does that make sense? And this was just a couple of months ago. This is not something that happened years ago, and I still question it to this day. But the more I looked into Christianity and Jesus' love and his representation of love, and this is a very important part. The fact that evil is real and we see it day to day, hell made more and more sense to me. I can break it down more, like better for you, like if you ask me
Sure. Yeah.
specific
Yeah.
questions.
Absolutely. Like, because that is something that I went through. I was like, knowing some friends of mine who didn't believe, at least not the way I did, and so I'm thinking, well, these people who I really like are going to be in hell, and I'm going to be in heaven. And how am I going to enjoy heaven knowing they're in hell? Like,
Yeah,
how do I like deal with that? That like my friend Tim is going to be in hell and we're best friends, like in high school. My best
yeah,
friend Tim is going to be in hell and I'm going to be in heaven. How do I cope with that? I'm going to be sad in heaven? How does that
yeah.
work?
That I was actually thinking about this just a few days ago. I'm happy you brought it up because I was thinking about what if one of my close family members died and I was still alive. I put myself in that position for a quick second, and all I could think about was I would probably be thinking, are they either in hell or heaven? And I wouldn't be like I wouldn't ha I would have restless days because it was just that thought. But there has to be, you know, and this goes so much deeper than just us thinking. If you really are a Christian and you believe in the Bible, you believe what it teaches, you also believe in what it tells you when you come towards these situations, you know? So it's not just about our own understanding. If I were to go through a situation like that, I would lean on the Bible and I would lean on what it tells us to do when it comes to these situations, like trust God, don't question God, don't lean on your own understanding,
I hate
and
that.
all those
Yeah.
types of things. But when it comes to the actual
Deny
reality of
your
thinking these thoughts,
feelings, deny your
yeah,
thoughts, don't like shut out everything that you like that God gave you to think and feel with. Shut that out and just like accept this like blind trust in the thing that's torturing your friend. Yeah. Like that's nuts to me. Like that's really hard for me. And by the way, not just with like your close friend or my buddy Tim, you and I don't know each other at all. We've talked exactly as long as we've been talking right here. But like I'm going to go to hell. I'm going to be being tortured in hell while you're in heaven. Even though you don't know me that well, doesn't that still suck? Like, isn't that still kind of like, hey God, like let this guy up, you know?
yeah. I mean, of course, I don't want nobody to go to hell. I don't think this is some, trust me, man, I struggled with this just as much as you did. Just as much as you're thinking of it right now. I thought the exact same way as you, and I still do. And I'm not saying I'm better than you in that thinking.
So what?
I
Sorry,
still
one
do.
second. There's a thing happening in chat. Hey, Josh, who's spamming the chat. If you're gonna spam the chat as a religious person, you have to like put in some Bible verses, type in all caps, and like be a bit threatening. Like say something about how like you're gonna burn in hell, like those kinds of things. Because otherwise, it's yeah, just like it's just not very convincing. So, yeah, just make sure. And by the way, for everyone, like all caps and spams are just for religious zealots. So if you're going to do it, you have to make sure that there's like threatening Bible verses associated with them. Just otherwise, yeah, otherwise we're going to lose you. And also, hi, God of Logic. You're welcome, by the way, if you're free to join us, God of Logic. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I'd absolutely believe you. I think that you are questioning. I think, like we said, you should be, but what's the answer?
So this is the thing that brought me comfort, if you don't mind me sharing it with you.
Yeah.
This is my personal and I hope it makes sense to you. So I heard you talk about evil earlier, right? This is the same thing that I that made me start questioning everything. It was the fact of why evil exists in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the thing I wrestled with for a long time. But you have to understand, you have to come to acceptance first before anything is the fact that evil does exist. And it's not an argument, it's not a debate. Because if you simply look around the world, you will see that evil exists. And, let's say, for example, you were to talk to somebody who had something horribly done to them,
Yeah.
that's still alive and still living and is a trauma victim or whatever. They will tell you straight to your face that what happened to them was evil. And there's no way you can tell them that it's not evil. So that that's your evidence that evil does exist. You look at people like all these evil
I'm convinced.
politicians and
Yeah,
stuff.
no, you
Yeah,
got me.
exactly,
I'm
exactly.
convinced on that. Yeah.
Um, but the main question that I know you would have and everybody else would is why it exists. And that
Is sometimes the one we talk about just because it's so harsh that it like it is it calls to attention the importance of this is like a scenario where a young girl, like a 7-year-old, is in a garage somewhere right now being raped by a man or about to
exactly.
be raped by a man. And God's there because he's everywhere and he knows what's about to happen because he knows the future and he could stop it, but he doesn't. Why not?
So these people in the chat are saying that I'm going to bring up free will. I wasn't planning to, but since you brought up this is a specific situation, obviously the only explanation to this would be free will. You see what I'm saying? So if God were to intervene and what were to happen, he would go against his own word, which is free will. He gives us the will to do things, but that doesn't mean we don't have consequences to things, and it doesn't mean that he doesn't help us. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah,
just means that,
the free will of the attacker, not the free will of the victim.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I mean, the
He
attacker,
wants the attacker to have free will, but not the little kid.
no, the little kid has free will too, but it's not, I mean, free will doesn't mean that you're getting put in certain situations with, like, how do you think the free will plays a part for the little girl?
Uh, she doesn't have it. She's being held down.
By another person with free will, yeah.
Yeah. So God could turn the tables and give her free will and not him, but just lets it
No,
go.
that's not what free will is. Free will is the fact that anybody could do whatever they want, right? And has free will to
Well,
do
not
what,
the
like,
kid. So, but here's a way that my star-crossed buddy Joel brings this up sometimes. Like, instead of a garage, imagine for a moment that it's like happening outside, and she's running away, and he's chasing her, and she gets up against the banks of some water, right? Like the banks of like a river, and he's got her cornered because there's this little like bay, and there's like deep water. You know, she can't swim. Should God let him catch her as just like hands clear from this, free will's happening, or should he maybe like, I don't know, like part the sea in a way where she could escape?
okay, so in a world where God makes it very clear that free will is the most powerful thing that a man could hold, right? Or a person can hold. How do you think the world would look if there's so much, we just agreed earlier that there's a lot of bad things that happen in the world, right? So how would you imagine a world would look if God intervened in every small little bad thing or big thing?
Yeah,
How do you think a
I
world
will
would
totally
look?
respond to that. But just to be clear, you didn't answer the question. The question is, should he open the sea so that she can escape to help her, or should he let her get gripped?
No, I don't think God, that's not in God's will for anybody, for anything bad to happen to anybody. But it's not about a
That's not
question
the
of
question.
why.
Should he open the sea so she can escape, or should he just let it play out?
I'm not in God's position, so I wouldn't know what he would do, but I wouldn't expect him to just sit there and do nothing. That's not what I would expect him to do.
You expect him to do something?
Well, if that's in his will, then yeah, he would do it if it's in his will. But I don't
Okay,
I don't think he
so
would
he
want
should
anybody.
intervene on the free will. Yeah, I'm with you
He
on that. I
he
think he
could
should
he
too. He
yeah,
could.
he
Yeah,
could because he's God.
yeah.
But
He
in
has,
a
right? He has intervened and like protected people.
he has, yeah.
Yeah. So if somebody like is protected by God, then the free will of the attacker has been taken. So there's a way God can do that, and it's fine, right?
That's a question that kind of goes beyond my understanding, if I'm gonna
Well,
be
I mean,
honest with you,
he
because
did it
I
at the
don't.
Red Sea. Remember, the Hebrews were being chased by the Egyptians, and he parted the sea so they could get away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he does it all the time. Like you think, because I know you do, because I used to, that like you'd hear about like someone like firing a bullet, and it like hits I have this like my father-in-law had this where like it hit his Walkman that he had in his pocket so it protected him, and they're like, yeah, that God did that. And so it's like, okay, so God took away the free will because you believe God intervenes in our daily lives, that he took away the free will of the attacker. So then back to the garage, why wouldn't he that time? Because you do know
I don't
sometimes
think, yeah.
kids do like that. It works. The grape works. They follow through with it.
I don't think that it's the fact that he took away free will. I don't think he can take away free will from anybody, but I think he can intervene in situations that can
Right.
stop that situation, that action. Here's one
So yeah,
quote that I like
couldn't
to.
he like right before the grape happens, just make a little earthquake like happen that like makes a light fall on the guy's head so she can get away?
Hmm.
Right. So that doesn't happen. It should happen every time. So the fact that that doesn't happen even once means God is sitting there watching this little girl get raped.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not agreeing with like what the situation, you know. I don't think that it's good. I don't think God agrees with it either. But to for I can't speak on why God didn't intervene. I can't because I'm not God, you know. I can't speak on I can't speak on that. But I know that God is not evil and he doesn't like to see evil happen. You know what I'm saying?
No, he
He's
hates
apart
it, but
from evil.
he just lets it play. By the way, the other way that I solve this particular kid in the garage problem is to just remove the desire that guy has to grape kids, right? If you leave them the ability but take the desire away, and that solves it. No free will has been intervened on, but he just doesn't thirst for that particular thing, right? And then that's problem solved. Like you can still have free will and not have the desire to like grape little children, right? So just take that out, and then it just won't
Well,
happen.
if that was your desire in the first place and he takes it away out of nowhere, he takes it
No,
away,
just
then that
never put it
intervenes
in.
with the free will.
Never like
Well, then, yeah, then it would never happen. Then, yeah.
yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah. And then you never have to intervene with free will because there's no anywhere on earth, there's no like desires to grape kids. That solves the problem. If you guys don't know God of Logic, you're in for a treat. I don't know if you can hang out for a little bit, but you're welcome to because my best friend is missing. I don't know if you've heard these
No.
yeah. It happens. People go missing all the time.
Yeah, every day. Happens every day.
That's probably true. That sucks.
It does, actually.
You're trying to do a joke here, and you brought up a real,
Right.
just a horrific
A
truth
real
about.
thing. Right.
Anyways, sorry that God of Logic was so disturbing here. Can we get back to the kid getting raped in the garage now?
Right. That's much better.
Yeah.
But you see what I mean, Ems? Where like, if you took away the desire or never implanted that desire, then free will's intact, and so are children, right? Like this is a better plan, and God knows this would
Okay.
work, but doesn't do it.
So we keep talking about God. Now, if I were to bring up the devil, I feel like you wouldn't want to hear me out, or any of your viewers would want to hear me out. But can I just explain my reasoning for the evil, the desire, the temptation, and stuff
Sure.
like that?
Yeah.
So in the Bible, right, God doesn't tempt us, and he doesn't put any type of this bad, evil stuff does not come from God himself, right? The first tempter, the first person to ever break basically nature of divinity, of essence, of being, like the first tempter ever, the first evil being ever was Lucifer, the angel of worship and music up in heaven. And that's why God casted him out, right? And one third of the demons, which were all angels at once. Now he was the first ever
You know the
tempter.
story, yeah.
Yeah, right. So basically what I'm trying to say is when evil, the Bible makes it very clear that evil exists and it comes from an essence. It comes from a being, which is the devil himself. So this tempting evil, all this stuff, it doesn't come from God. We keep talking about why God this and why God that, but it doesn't come from God. It's separate from God, and
Well,
it mixes with free will.
Hey, that's just not true. So Isaiah 45:7 says, God created evil. If I form the light, create darkness. I make peace and create evil, is what Isaiah 45:7 says. So you're factually incorrect.
Wait, can you repeat it again?
Yeah. Isaiah 45:7 says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. So God says, this is God talking, by the way. So God is saying, I create evil. Satan can't create anything. He doesn't have the power to create anything.
And even if he did, like, the idea that, like, if it's not that we have the desire to like grape kids, it's that Satan's free will is that he wants to put it in. God should take Satan's free will. I get if you're saying like he can't take humans' free will because then we'll be robots. Make Satan a robot. Make him a good robot so that we don't have to fuck with this shit. And like that's a great plan. Awesome. Now that's solved, and we can all live out our beautiful lives without getting raped. I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you just fix the Satan problem? Does God want Satan around?
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. This is the same questions I ask myself. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
But
but now
I
we're
always come
asking
around it.
you.
I always come around it just from the simple fact that if it exists and God feels like it should exist and there's a meaning for it, then I mean, it's there, it's still there. If the devil ceased to exist, all evil in this world would cease to exist.
Fuck, that's a rough one. Okay.
Yikes.
Also,
So
just real quick, just a PK Heathen, I think, isn't familiar with you. This is a delightful friendly. Just so you know, I don't know if PK knows who you are. They're kind of like, I bet this Christian won't know any like this isn't really God.
Wait,
Maybe
I'm
they
not?
thought you were. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't
Okay.
believe.
All right.
Okay, maybe they were just kidding. Okay, go ahead.
I have a question. So, could God have created a universe where the child didn't get graped? Like free will would still exist, but the child in the garage wouldn't have been graped in this universe. He doesn't take away someone's free will, but he could have created an alternate universe where the child didn't get hurt. Could he have done that?
Could he have created an alternate universe where the child didn't get hurt,
Yeah.
just for that child to not get hurt?
Yep.
Everything else is the same.
Yep.
Yeah, he could.
But he chose not to. So he purposely created a universe to his perfect will where the child would get graped. Right? So that was God's ultimate plan.
Well, if at the very beginning of time he's going, which universe should I make, and he knows all possible universes, he would know that one and this one, and he would choose, because God has free will, he would choose between them. So he chose for that kid to get raped.
Uh-oh.
Ugh, I
You're
hate
going
that.
down like a lot of avenues when it comes to like why God should have done this and that and how everything played out. It's not. There's 8 billion people in the world. Like it's not that simple to speak for every single bad thing that's happened in the world. You know.
Well,
Like I don't know what to say. I can't really
talk
speak
about
for God.
you're right, but there is one where that thing didn't happen, right? Like everything else is the same, it's different. And you asked me earlier this question about like what would the world look like if he was fixing everything, right? Like where would the line be? Kind of like do we stop every petty theft, like that kind of stuff? You were asking, is that true? Is that you?
Yeah, I was basically trying to say like, how would you imagine a world where God intervened every single second of the day? Because it would probably be every single second.
I'm so glad you asked this, because I was sharing earlier today that 1 year ago today, I came up with this example, and it showed up in my feed of like, you remember when you made, and someone asked me the same question. And in 1 year ago, I was like, I should run that tonight in honor of it, an anniversary of it, because it's one of my favorite own ideas that I can. Do you know about the TV show Bluey?
Yeah.
There's like Bingo and Bluey and the rest. It's so good. I fuck with Bluey. It's so good. Do you know Bluey?
Yeah. That little kid show.
No, I mean Brent. Yeah.
Of course.
So, like I'm a dad, and the dad in that show is really good. Like it's a fun, good dad, and does like the majority of the like like hands-on parenting stuff, which is like true here too. So like it's really, I connected to it, and I have cried on several episodes, but there was one in particular that was like the dad had to go away for like work vacation. That's not it. Just work, not vacation. It was just a work trip, and the kids are sad, and they have to endure this struggle. But by the end of the episode, they've grown from it. They've gotten a little bit stronger. They've gotten a little bit more independent. They also like missed their dad, so they connect with him when he comes back home. And I think that's beautiful. I cried hard during that episode. And then my kids are looking at me like, why are you crying? Stuff like that. Em, are you looking up the Blue show? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's a real episode. And so I do think that there is room for struggle and growth. I think that's totally possible. But there's not an episode of Bluey where Bingo has to dodge bullets at school. There's not an episode of Bluey where the mom gets graped by the drunk neighbor who's struggling with alcoholism. There's not an episode of Bluey where Bluey gets leukemia. They just didn't make that episode. You can still have struggle and growth with some like difficulties and some hardships, but not the level of hardships that we're seeing in real life here on Earth. Not great. Not cancer. Not like, planes crashing into buildings, like wars, genocides, like that, slavery. This kind of stuff is a not God world. I want the Bluey world.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but okay, hypothetically, let's say there wasn't a God, and I would agree with you that there wasn't a God, right? What would your like what would your explanation be? Because you just described the world that we live in. Leukemia, little kids dying, girls
Yeah.
being raped, this and that, robberies, genocides, wars, murder. So what would your explanation be? Because we see it in front of our face.
Yeah, that's exactly what we would expect to see if it was just us scrambling around trying to figure out how to like get by. Right? Like, I don't know, maybe that's just me, but like that seems. Am I wrong?
So that's more like comforting in your heart than to accept the
no,
God?
it's more true.
It's more true.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
don't know, man.
think a God would be cool, like if it were someone cooler. If we're God of logic,
So
right? I think that would be cool. Yahweh, no. Have you read the Bible? The Bible's a disaster. Like if you wanted one God, not Yahweh, not Jesus, that guy's a monster for sure. But like, yeah, like maybe if there was a different God that could be cool. I like atheism though; it's fine.
So where does your moral compass come from? Because if there is no God, nothing matters. You can go murder somebody, and why would you care if you were to die in the process? You would die and nothing would happen, right?
It's just the things that I value. Like I value life, and so I don't think we should murder.
But where does that value come from?
From me. It's my own. That's my own thing.
So
Wait, hold on.
the people that
Aaron,
don't value life, what happens? Like they're not in the wrong.
Wait, I have a question for you. So,
Yeah.
are you telling me if you didn't have a God, you'd start like unaliving people?
No, I'm saying that if you didn't have a God, a moral compass would be hard to maintain.
Yeah. How would your moral compass change if you didn't have a God? Like, what would you do differently if your God didn't exist?
I wouldn't be a bad person if there wasn't a God. But let's say there wasn't a God, this world would be even worse than it is now because people would not face any
So
consequences.
you
They
don't
would think they
hold
would.
on, hold on. So you don't rely on your God for your morality. You just would be a good person without your God. That's what atheists do. Like atheists believe in empathetic reciprocity. So basically that's just like the golden rule. Like we don't hurt other people. We don't have to have a supernatural belief system. We just don't do bad things to other people because it hurts them. We don't have to have a magical God in the sky.
But if you did, then you wouldn't have to fear anything because let's say you had no empathy and you did die, you would face zero consequences. You would just be a spirit flying around on the earth.
What?
Right, but that's so like here's the way I kind of
You
describe
see
it. Like,
you see how
if
religion kind of makes sense in that sense, and it kind of goes against your guys'
no,
morality and your moral compass.
no, what I'm saying is like if there wasn't a God and morality was just like people's preferences, and we were like I believe what I believe, I value what I value, I think what's right and wrong is right and wrong, and then you think something different, and we're trying to like convince each other of that, then the world that we would see is exactly this world. We would see wars. We would see people fighting about what they think and what they want versus what other people want. It looks exactly like this. If God had like some like law that we all like knew and agree with, then we would all agree on our morals. We don't. We disagree on them, right? Like it's not written on our hearts anywhere because we disagree on stuff. You know what I mean? So like this is exactly what we would expect to see if atheism were true. Is this world that we're in? Some people do want to murder each other. They do it. It sucks to me. I don't like it. You don't like it. But like it happens, right? So we're dealing with it the best we can. We're trying to convince each other, hey, the society that I want to live in it has like would be more beneficial if we did it this way. And someone else says, I think it'd be better if we did it this way. And then we discuss that and we try to convince each other of it. That's just the reality of like practically what's actually happening. If there is some like, and by the way, just to be clear too, like when I say like don't steal, like my moral is stealing is bad, I can say why, right? I can be like, I think if we want to live in a society where we want to feel safe and like our possessions are protected, and so that we're free to do the other things in life that we value more than like hoarding money, then we should just make stealing bad and punish people for it. So that way we don't have to worry about that as much as we would have to. You still got to lock your car, but like as much as we would have to if we said it was good. And so I have a why for that. Why does God think stealing's bad?
You're asking me?
Yeah. We don't know.
Why
Right?
does God think stealing is bad?
We have no idea. He never says. He just says don't do it. And we're like, well, why not? No answer.
Well, I mean, it's kind of common sense why stealing is bad, but yeah.
No, you're not. You're if it's common sense, that's our thing. That's what we're using. We're using common sense. If it's God has a reason, is it just God is using common sense, basic, common human sense that God is using, or does he have a real reason?
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
The answer is we don't know. Yeah. We can't know the mind of God. So all of the morals, don't murder, don't rape, don't steal, have slaves, all the stuff that God says to do, we don't know why. It's just because I am God, because I say so. And so all of your morality, all it is follow. You have one moral, to do what God says. Even if he says to kill kids, do that. Like that's where you're at. With us, we can say like, well, I think these are my morals. And they come with a why, which means they're just a better explanation.
Okay, so the way you're phrasing it, like you literally just said that, or you didn't literally just say, but what I'm hearing is that you're saying that we get our morals from God because we have to follow him. But I don't have to do anything. Like if I wanted to give up my faith right up on this live, I could do it. No, it's not like we don't have to do anything.
You think stealing's bad because God said not to steal, right?
Well, I think God said stealing and murder and all those things are bad because it hurts other people, and he doesn't want us to hurt other people.
He doesn't say
his
that.
Love. Why else would he say not to steal?
So you're doing so exactly. So whatever it is that you're doing, that you're making up in your head, is the same thing we're doing, except we just have some like different conclusions, right? We're like figuring we don't want people to be hurt, so that's what we're saying. Don't hurt people, right?
So okay, let's say I'm not saying you're a bad person. I think you're a good person. Let's compare your morals to the morals of the Bible and the laws of the Bible.
Okay.
It would practically be, I am hoping it would practically be the same because you don't murder, you don't steal, you don't grape, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I also don't own slaves. By the way, in the Bible, God says sometimes you have to burn people alive. Sometimes you can like forced marriage people, right? Like if you go to a city and take it over, you can either kill them or turn them into slaves. And if you turn them into slaves and there's a hot one, you can rape her in order to marry her. That's biblical morals. Are you kidding me?
Mine is. I don't think that's Christianity.
That's from the Bible, dude. That's in Deuteronomy. You got to read it.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, this goes for Islam too. You know, this is
Islam's also fucked. Absolutely, yes, absolutely, yes. Let me read you something that's a biblical moral. In those days, I also saw Jews who had married women of Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab, and half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod, and they could not speak the language of Judah, but spoke the language of various peoples. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and beat some of the men, and pulled out their hair, and I made them take an oath in the name of God, saying, You shall not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons, or for yourselves. Thus I cleansed them from everything foreign, and I established the duties of the priest and Levites, each in his work. There's like an ethnicity thing that they seem to be cleansing here. I don't know if I don't know what the word for that might be. It's like when there's like some cleansing of an ethnicity. It sounds really familiar. I don't know what it is, but what is that?
I think it begins with a G. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, they're not saying genocide.
Oh, okay.
They're just saying no interracial marriages, and they're referring to it as ethnic cleansing. The word is ethnic cleansing. I'm against that one. There is genocide. Do you want to do a genocide?
God would never condone that, Mezzo. What are you talking about?
Let me find it here. This might be it. And if you say in your heart, why have these things come upon me? It is for the greatness of your iniquity that your skirts are lifted up and you are violated. No, that's him doing that's a rape one he's doing. Hold on. Let me find it. You shall, okay, here it is, genocide. You shall eat fat until you are filled and drink blood until you are drunk at the section. This is drinking blood. Hold on. Genocide. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Thus says the Lord, and I will make the city a horror, a thing to be hissed at. Everyone who passes by it will be horrified and will be hissed because of its disasters. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and the distress. This is a cannibalism threat. Fuck, there's got to be a genocide in here somewhere. Another rape one. That's the mixed marriage. Already did that one. Killing 70,000 people for someone else, punishing people for crimes, other people's crimes. Okay. Nope, that's the death penalty for picking up sticks. Yeah. Shit. Hold on. Hold on. Accepting sacrifice. Killing kids. Shit. It's 1 Samuel 15:3. That's the one. 1 Samuel 15:3 is the one where he says to go. I couldn't find it, but I don't know the order of the things. But he says, "Go kill all the children. Go kill all the men, the women, and the infants, and the what did it say? Infants and babies. Those seem like the same thing. Children, infants, and children. I think it is. Right. So like he says to go do these things. Yes, my morals are very different from the Bible. Absolutely, yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I've heard of it before. You're not the first person to bring up those verses. I haven't read into the Old Testament. No, I haven't read. I mean, that's the Old Testament. I haven't read the Old Testament, I'm gonna be honest with you, but we're under a new covenant under Jesus Christ.
Well, here's what I want to read to you, and then I do want to move on to some other guests. But this is in Jude. This is New Testament. And I want to remind you, even though I think you know, once and for all, that Jesus is the one who like saved the people out of Egypt and then also like destroyed all the unbelievers. Okay? I just want to remind you of that.
Are you going to read the verse?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that was okay. Here's the verse. Now I desire to remind you, though you are all fully informed, once and for all, that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt and afterward destroyed those who did not believe. I pretty much had already, it is the verse. I pretty much said it, but yeah. So they are referring to Jesus as the Lord, Kyrios, the one who did all the stuff back then. So you might want to read up on that OT and make sure that you're down with the OG, old God, from that, because it's the same guy.
All right, yeah, for sure. All right,
But
well, God bless.
come on back and tell us how your deconstruction's going you're moving along, because you're at a good age to think about these things and find yourself in a potentially much better life, far away from the religion.
Okay, I just want to say one thing before I leave. Okay,
You
this
got
is
it.
something I heard. This is something I heard not too long ago. It stuck with me. Okay, when it comes to God intervening, I want to go back on the free will thing before I leave. When it comes to God intervening with things, this is a quote that I think you should kind of live by. If God wanted you to die, there could be 1,000 people trying to save you when something tragic happens to you, and they won't be able to. But if God doesn't want you to die, there could be 1,000 people trying to kill you, and they won't be able to. And that's something that
Yeah.
everybody in this live should just remember next time
Oh
they go
God,
through
that's so
something.
perfect. That's like perfect for the like the kid in the garage. Like if God wanted to save that person's virginity, then there's not 1,000 men who could rape that little kid. But if God wants that kid raped, then it's going to happen, and it does happen. So yeah, I think that's very fitting for the end of this conversation, like to bring it all back full circle. That was really good.
If you saw where that man that raped that little girl would end up if you were to die in that garage, I promise you, you would be Christian. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, like nice threatful ending. Gotta end on a threat, or you're not a Christian.
What was that?
If you could see hell,
Right.
can't wait.
You would join. And also, all the rapist has to do is be like, hey, sorry, God, I trust you. And then.
Right? Yeah, there are
Instant
grapists in heaven. Yeah, for sure. There are garage grapists in heaven. Yeah. I should have clarified this before, but do you go by Brandon on TikTok?
Yeah.
I started to call you that, and I was like, maybe you just go by God of Logic, and I was like, how do I know that? I think I know that because I hear people call you that, but I was just making sure. I was like,
Oh, yeah. No, that's
okay. I just making sure because I was like, Bran.
Brand of Logic.
Okay. Bran of Logic. Okay. I just want to make sure because my legal name is Mezzo. No last name. The Watts I made up, that's fake, but Mezzo is my
Oh,
my
you're
first
like
name.
Cher. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my parents were losers. Hi, I don't know what your name is. Are you also a Brandon?
No, I am not on Brandon. You can call me Kane if that's okay with you.
Kane, like the wrestler?
Yes, exactly, like the wrestler from the WWE. So I saw this.
Hold on, how old are you?
I'm 17. I'm turning 18 in like 2 days. Is that okay?
No, sorry. It's just it's against the rules.
Well, that's not going to work.
I also just don't wanna. Like even if TikTok was like, "Hey, grown-ups, talk to kids," I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna pass on." And I do understand that, like, technically, age is like this arbitrary number that some people mature younger and some older. And it's kind of like hard to do, but it's like it's what we got. It's the thing that we're dealing with, and I don't want to. I also just don't want you to be here. If you're Kane, if you're still around, please leave. I would appreciate that, because we swear we do like really like this conversation is going to get really raunchy. Let's make this one super raunchy, because now Kane, you leave because we're going to get gross. Okay. Hi, Nikki. Were you here earlier? Is it Nikki? Nickus? N. Chucks. You wanted to come up? Nikki Stars?
Like hello, or
Stop slobbing on a puss and turn your microphone on. Is that pretty raunchy?
Mezzo did say he was going to get raunchy, and that
was a little pretty good.
That was pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty close.
Oh, make it a little raunchier, like it was like spitting up a butt. Oh, he left.
Yep. I can't tell you how many times I've said that phrase. That's
Like if you're, what's the technical term for like snowballing is what we call that, where you're like passing cum around stuff. Like I think that would, like that seems like raunchier than just eating someone out, I guess, because there's like the transferring of things back and forth.
Yeah, people are very creative. Let's just say that.
Yeah, you gotta get it there somehow. I guess you don't have to, but you want to. You want to, and you found a way, and you're creative. Everyone's so creative. I haven't seen that cooking show in a long time. I have a quick. I think this is a super chat. Oh shit! There's a bunch. Oh no, there's just two. That's Old Testament. Everything changed with Jesus. That's from Black Republican. Thanks for the $2. That goes towards the fund where we help try to break apart Christianity and republicanism. For $5 more, Black Republican said, "You're taking scriptures out of context. LOL, this is like me clipping you reading these scriptures and saying it's your perspective." Yeah, I think would that be the same thing? So like if I wrote a book and said, "These are my beliefs," and then you clipped those beliefs out, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But like, is that what he's saying? Like when God says to do slavery, that what actually happened is God was saying someone else said that? Is that what?
Also, how are you getting support from opposition? How do you do that?
I don't get this money. On YouTube, it goes to the Deconstruction Junction. That's the secret. They think it's going to somebody for a good cause. It is. It's for our cause. Right. But I don't get those ones. I did at first. We got confused, and so Benny Boy runs that, and he like sent me a bunch of money. I was like, I don't want this money, but I kept it because it was a trick. I go, you go, oh, I don't want it, but then you keep it. Actually, I had a mega bill at the time, so I kept it. But then I said, from now on, I'll just you can just have them, and so that just goes into the kind of atheist fund, I guess. Oh, but thanks, Black Republican. Do you know that at the end of these lives, sometimes this is going to freak you out. Sometimes I've had over $12 before from the like coins and stuff.
Wait, hold on, 12 like US
dollars. I know. Dang. So I'm gonna be quitting my jobs. Actually, oof.
Nice.
Oh my god. Hey, for people who don't, every now and then people are extremely generous, and it freaks me out. To be honest, it is very weird. I do appreciate it, but you don't have to do that because I'm not quitting my job. Okay, so for people who don't know, Brandon does his own lives. They're fantastic. You do a wide variety of topics, but your God is dog shit. Do you not say dog shit? You say shit? Is this your God is shit? Poop. Right.
Yeah.
See, we're raunchier here.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm like super G rated. I'm like, hey guys, hey-o, just your God is poop. And they're like,
Duty.
Oh. Right.
Yeah. That's probably, maybe I should do that. Clean it up. Nah, fuck it. But you also do a variety of topics from the LGBTQIAA. Is there an S in there? Community.
There's a
2S.
You know what? We're gonna add a 2S. Yeah, we're gonna add straight people into it so they won't know what to do.
I fucking did this joke before. I was saying I got shunned by Sam, I think, but I think it's funny still to just put an R in there for Republicans just to just to ruin them. So they like, and then you guys are like, welcome to the community. You know,
right.
Yeah.
We'll have all the rights then. It'll be amazing. That's just
so
the way
funny.
to do it.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, they would hate it. They would hate it.
That's fantastic.
And also, though, you also do Don't Spank Your Children, which we've talked about before. But wow, Paige, see, look, you're making more than me here. This is crazy. Hey, I don't think you guys are allowed to do that. Don't you have to give it?
Send me. You know what? Send me all your money and then just all of it.
I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
Is that not? Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Big block. What's your name? Big Block Baby?
Yes.
I love your username. Are you a real baby or are you like a grown-up adult?
I'm a grown-up adult.
How old are you?
27.
I thought you were going to be like, I'm 1.5. Goo goo gaga. That'd have been a really funny time for that goo goo gaga joke. But are you religious or something?
Yes.
Which kind?
I'm a Catholic.
Oh, that's who we were talking to last time. Yeah, cool. All right, well, welcome in. The Catholic God is make believe. What do you think?
No.
Are you
He's
sure?
real. He's real. He's with you right now. Every day of your life, he's with you.
Just kidding. I feel like if you just punched the air, he'd be like, knock it off.
No, he probably laughed, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, well, here's the thing. Do you think that he's like all good, all knowing, all powerful?
Yes, all graceful, all merciful. Yeah.
Like he can do everything?
Yes.
Can he sin?
No, he can't.
Uh-oh. We got a contradiction. It's also the top of the hour. Real quick, it's 10:49 p.m. on the dot. The exact perfect rounded out top of the hour. You're listening to Bad Bible Debates. Subbing in for my star-crossed buddy Joel, we have Brandon, also known as the God of Logic. Hey, stay as long as you want for the night, but don't feel pressured. You can leave if you need to. And don't tell Joel I let you do this. Like, seriously, no one fucking mentioned this to Joel because we have it's like a legal deal. Anyways, our next guest is Big Block Baby. He's a Catholic, and he thinks that the God is not make-believe. But we've also run into our first contradiction. Let's check in and see how things are lining up. So Big Block Baby, that's a contradiction to say that he both can do everything and can't do some things. So I find a little bit of a error in your logical God there.
Well, that's just a reading comprehension thing.
I didn't read it. You said it. I guess I can write it down.
God is all loving. So God wouldn't sin. That's against his nature as God.
Right.
So play the music.
That means he can't do everything.
No, that's just against his nature.
Right. There are things against his nature, which means he can't do them, which means he can't do everything.
Can you say that one more time for the audience?
There are things against his nature, which means he can't do them, which means he can't do everything.
And why can't he do it?
Because he's limited by his nature.
Is it limited in nature or it's not his nature?
It's not his nature, which means he can't do them. Is it in your nature to fly?
This isn't about me. This is about God.
Cool. That's a great question. Do you want to answer it?
No, you
don't think we're talking about nature and abilities right now?
No, talking about God.
Are you dumb as fuck, or what are you doing? We're talking about nature and abilities right now. Answer the question or fuck off. Like, what are you doing?
That's called conviction. That spewing right there, what you just did, that's conviction.
It's me going answer the question, man. Come on, keep up. Lock in. Let's go.
No, like you couldn't refute it. You said
I can refute it. You haven't answered it yet.
No,
actually, you're right. I can't refute it because you haven't answered yet. Refute it. Refute what?
Well, that's just a
Answer it.
thing.
Yeah, I can't comprehend your answer yet because you haven't said it yet.
It's not in his nature.
To fly?
No, to sin. God to sin. Come on. Are you trolling? You're trolling.
Can God fly?
You're trolling right now. Can you be serious right now?
Sure. Can God fly?
Yes, God can fly.
Okay. Can you fly?
No.
Okay. The reason you can't fly is because flying's not in your nature. So you're not omnipotent. There's a thing you can't do. It's outside of your nature. So you can't do it. So we don't use the word omnipotent with you. There's a thing God can't do called sin. It's outside of his nature. So we can't do it. So we don't use the word omnipotent to describe God.
How did they correlate at all? They don't correlate. There's no correlation. he can't. It's not in his nature to sin because God is all loving, all merciful,
Yes.
and has grace. That's why Jesus Christ died, because he had grace.
Right. So
And,
can he do everything?
he can do everything, but not things that aren't in his nature, like all loving.
He can do everything, but not some things.
That are not in his nature, and God's all loving.
So then just say no. He can't do everything because some things are not in his nature. Just say no.
I mean, if this is your, I don't understand. Like, you're agreeing. I don't get it. It's not in his
Because
nature.
you're still saying he can do everything, but not some things. That doesn't make sense. That's impossible.
That are against his nature as God.
Okay, so last time, I just want to try it one more time because you haven't gotten this right yet. Can God do everything?
Yes, things that are not in his nature, he won't do because it's against.
That's
his
different.
loving.
He won't do is different. So he could sin, but he won't.
And why won't he?
I'm clarifying with you because you've changed the answer now.
No, I haven't. You're just not. It's an answer you don't like, and that's okay.
I'm not tracking it because you changed it. I'm trying to just figure out which track to follow. Okay?
God couldn't sin because it's against his nature to sin. He's perfect.
Okay. So he couldn't. You said you faded out for a second. I just want to make sure. You said he cannot sin.
Yes, he's perfect. He's God.
So it's impossible for him to sin.
Yes, he's perfect. He's God.
Okay. Right. So there are some things God, it is impossible for him to do.
That are against his nature.
Yes. If there's something you can't do, would you describe yourself as omnipotent? Impossible. It's only impossible if you describe it the way you are, then it's a contradiction. It's impossible. Right? If you just say like, oh yeah, there's things God can't do. He's not omnipotent, then fine. You're in the clear. We can keep talking. But if you're going to say he's omnipotent and there's things he can't do, then you're believing in a walking, talking contradiction.
No. I think you're off right now, and here's why. Because you might as well say, "Can God hate you? Can God hate you?"
No.
Why?
He's unable to. It's not in his nature.
Say it again. Say it again one more time for the audience.
He is unable to because it's not in his nature. It's a thing he cannot do, which means he cannot do everything.
And why can't he do it?
Because it's not in his nature.
It's not his nature to hate you, right?
Right.
What's in his nature?
Big Block, I'm not asking you why is he unable to. I know why. I'm just saying it doesn't matter why. Whatever the reason is, once there's a thing you can't do, you're not omnipotent. That's not the word for you.
So just say you're headstrong and you're just going one way about it, It makes no sense.
Absolutely. I'm absolutely headstrong and only going about this logically. I refuse to think about this illogically. I know you want to do that, but I can't go down that road with you.
But you just said that he can't hate you. He has to love you. It's in his nature.
Yes, he
so how
has
is that
to.
limiting? How is that limiting?
Because he can only do one thing. If he wasn't all loving, then he could do both. He could love me a little and hate me a little. He could go both ways. But since he's all loving, there's a thing he can't do.
But God doesn't hate you.
Sometimes I talk about this in terms of the omni-purple cat. This might just help make sense of this. So take God out of the equation for a second and just think about my cat, which is all
No. I'm
purple.
not an atheist. I'm not
Just
doing that.
God's real. Everything's fine. God's still real in your view. Just for a second, that's not what we're talking about. Okay. Also, real quick, how old did you say you were?
27.
Okay, just making sure you're still right on that. Okay. So the cat is all purple. It's an omni-purple cat, top to bottom, head to toe, inside and out, all purple. Its teeth, its eyes, its tail, its poop, its tongue, its guts, its hair is all purple. Okay. Can the cat be yellow? Like just half of it?
How old are you? How old are you, Mezzo? What's your age?
I'm 56. Can the cat be half yellow?
What was your question again? Say it again. Sorry, it was purple. A purple cat with big eyes. And what'd you say?
You're by far the dumbest guest I've ever spoken to in my life. I tried to dumb it down to a fucking purple cat that a kindergartner could understand, and you're still not tracking. Grow up.
No, that was your best. That was your best argument.
You didn't hear the argument. We haven't gotten to the argument. You're too dumb to understand the analogy. Do you want the analogy again? Try to pay attention. Like, really try to understand this. Because if you could, like, respond to this intelligently, I think it would be a really interesting
Why would I care
conversation.
about a situation with the purple cat? Why would I care about that? I don't care about that.
Because it relates directly to the conversation about God we're having.
No, it doesn't.
How do you know? You haven't heard it.
Okay, let me hear it.
Sure. If the cat is all purple, can it have any yellow hairs?
Cats can't be purple.
I literally cannot. Can you engage in a hypothetical, my guy? Like, do you want to?
I don't believe in hypothetical. I believe in reality. I'm logical.
Okay.
Are you an actual?
The cat, fine. The cat is all gray. Can cats be gray? This is an easy one. This is just to make sure. Okay. The cat is all gray. Can any of the all gray cat be brown? Can it have brown hairs?
All right. What are we doing right now? Like, what is this?
I know it's really hard to track. It's hard to understand, but just like really
You're
listen
saying
to it.
If God all loving, then He would love you?
No, I'm saying, can an all gray cat have brown hairs?
No.
No. Once you're all something, you're limited from being something else. That's what it means to be all. It means not other things. If God is all loving, He's not hating. That's fine. That doesn't destroy the God yet, unless you say He can do everything. Now you're done, because He's all something. He's limited. It's fine for a cat to be all gray. That's fine. But if you say He's all gray and half brown, that cat doesn't exist. That's impossible. It can't happen. In order for you to let God exist, you must reduce omnipotence, or else you're believing in an impossible contradiction. And I think you do, because you're the dumbest fuck I've ever spoken to.
It's okay. Don't manifest.
Well, then respond. Prove me wrong. Respond to it.
Yeah, your worldview is illogical.
Mm-hmm. And so, how is that? Where's the logical?
Because God is
thing?
all loving. He only loves you.
Yeah.
And you're saying it's
that.
limited in His power, and He can't be God. But in fact, He just loves you. So He doesn't hate you at all. He's God. You're made in His image.
I never said He hated me. That's not what I said.
You might as well. You're inferring it. You might as well. Well, if He is all loving,
it's literally nothing about what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Him hating at all.
Relates way better than a purple cat.
Okay, give me your analogy for God. How does He both love and how is He able to both like do all things and not able to hate?
I know you do that, and that's okay. I understand you're trying to understand it, but
I do that. Yes, I'm not all loving. I hate some things and love other things. Yes,
it's in your nature.
Yep.
So you're limited in your power.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. To who?
What do you mean to who? Limited to who? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You're limited. Limited in what?
In like many ways.
Why?
Because I'm not omnipotent.
So you're not God?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So you don't understand God, right?
Correct.
Because you're limited?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Do you understand God?
Yes. I read the word of God.
Can you explain Him to me then?
Yes. Jesus Christ was sent down.
No, I know the story. I mean, can you explain the omnipotence contradiction that we're talking about? Remember the thing that we're having a discussion about? Or did you forget it?
Well, He's God, so He could be omnipotent, omniscient.
Okay.
That's God.
So he knows everything and he can do everything?
Yes.
Okay. Can he learn something new?
Can he learn something new?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ did as a guy. He understood men's.
I'm just talking about God. Can God do a new thing?
Sorry, I had low battery. Think.
Yeah. Can he learn a new thing? God the Father.
No. He's the creator of heaven and earth.
Sure. So he can do everything and he can't learn a new thing.
Yeah, because he knows everything. He's all knowing.
Okay. Brandon, do you have anything you want to say to this, like dipshit, or like, I don't know?
Like we can't have we're talking to a wall at this point.
Yeah,
like it's just
that's just projection.
He's both a wall and a not wall at the same time. Like,
you just repent to Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Do you have a script you're reading, my guy? Are you just reading a script?
As long as the mustard seed is planted, that's okay.
Hey, you just keep saying the same thing over and over. This is why we say that Christians don't use critical thinking, because you keep saying
be mad
the
at me
same
today.
script.
That's okay. That's fine.
We're not mad at you. We're laughing.
This is
at you.
great.
Be mad at me.
Sorry, this is wonderful for me. Because our goal up here is to like help people who are kind of on the fence in religion to deconstruct. And when they hear this kind of thing and have to pick a side, and they can like go with the like sensible, logical thing that makes sense, or go with like your dumbass that like can't track a conversation and see that like, oh, sticking around in this religion might make me end up like that guy. It like people are like swinging away from religion in droves, you know, like, so this is fantastic. If you want to hang out longer, you're welcome to, but I'm going to bring up some other guests to talk to as well. Okay. Just make sure to like chime in from time to time with something that helps people want to deconstruct some more. Samuel, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Oh,
Hello?
no, that means you're anti-Christ, right?
Hello. No religion. I'm just here for brain food.
If you're not here for Jesus Christ, then you're anti-Christ.
Right? Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second, Big Block. Yeah, what's up, Samuel? You're not not religious?
I would say I just have a knowledge of. I try to like pick apart different arguments. I just like hearing both sides. But I was wanting to chime in on that contradiction. Like
sure, but are you a Christian or what?
I'd say grew up on Christian beliefs, but I don't have. There's no denomination or anything. I'm kind of just in and out of. I just
you believe
hear
in God
different
though, or
arguments.
like you believe in Yahweh and Jesus and stuff?
I believe in God, but I like to hear all sides. Yeah.
What's that?
I believe in God, but
what's happening?
Do what?
There's like a background noise. Like, are you on Jeremiah's springy bed?
Hold on, let me turn off my fan. It squeaks.
Oh, it's a fan. I thought it was...
Yeah.
How do you what fix your fan?
Yeah, I turned it off. Dude, I tightened it and it still squeaks.
Like WD-40 that shit. Like what is happening? That was aggressive.
I didn't realize my mic would pick that up. I'm like all the way across my room on the bed. But yeah, I wanted.
This is going swimmingly.
This is such a good take. I love this one. Oh, there we go. Oh, nope.
Samuel, did you want to explain to me something I was doing wrong or something Big Block Baby was doing wrong?
You weren't doing anything wrong, I don't think.
Okay. Well, hey, we're just talking to people who like believe in God. You're sure you believe in God, right?
Yes.
The Christian
Yes.
God?
I do like attacking arguments though. Like I'm not gonna, because I know that this is based on like why I believe it, obviously more so, but I don't
give a fuck. Sorry, not in the mood. Kyle, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hey, I'm 27. I'm a follower of Jesus.
Sadaka Makabiv Taj. Very good. Okay, well, look, that particular God, Jesus, is make believe.
Well, not Jesus, but Jesus, God, and the Holy Ghost. But
yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go away from the Bible for a second, okay?
Sorry, are you eating chips or?
No, I just moved in my chair. Sorry.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of background noise lately. Go ahead.
Do you know who Thales is?
Mm-mm.
No, he was a Greek historian.
Oh, I think Thales.
Or Thales.
Or Thales with a U?
Maybe. Sorry, I was in a car accident, so I do have a little bit of issue, but I do remember. I don't know. Anyways, but my point being is there was a Greek historian that wrote about his crucifixion. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Not about crucifixion, but
that's awesome.
Also about him and James before the crucifixion, about him coming and with his brother James specifically, and I think. Is
that it?
No, sorry. I was going more into thought. Sorry, I've been awake all day. It's
I would just say I don't believe that.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, you can Google it. I mean, there are
Sure.
plenty of references outside
Did
of the Bible.
Thales say Jesus was crucified? Thales? Thales. It says, no, the ancient historian Thales did not say Jesus was crucified. But a later writer, Julius Africanus, claimed that he said something like that and attributed it to him, but it's not really that he said it. Someone else said that he said it. The guy that said it was a Christian guy, so he was kind of saying, "Oh yeah, this other guy said it too. This non-Christian said it, but a Christian said that, so it's not really true." So yeah, I looked it up, still don't believe it.
Okay. So,
do you believe it?
Yeah.
Well, I would say to you, look it up.
All right.
That's what I just did.
What this? Prove to me that George Washington was here.
I don't believe in George Washington.
All right, fair enough. Prove to me that you're here.
Hi.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove anything.
Okay. So, what's your what do you need to believe something? Does it have to be just written in the Bible? Tell me what your basis of evidence is, and I'll see if I can do it.
My basis of evidence is that things are written down throughout history, and
my name's written right here. It's on this TikTok live.
Yeah, and so is Jesus's name. It's written down in the Bible. It's written down in also other historical texts. It's written right there.
Yeah. So are all the Hindu gods. They're written down too.
Okay, that's fair.
Do you believe in all those?
None of their gods also came down into human form and then died for me either.
They what?
None of them came down in human form and died for me. Living a perfect life and then paying for it.
By the way, do you think the Greek gods came down to Earth?
No.
But it's written down that they did.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yes.
They had demigods.
No, in the Iliad, during the Trojan War, they're on the battlefield. Athena's on the battlefield with the soldiers, fighting alongside them. Did Jesus do that? Or was he a fucking draft dodger? I would be such a draft dodger. I would be running for the hills. I would have the worst bone spurs of my life.
Right underneath the bed, just hiding. Yeah, same.
I'm a coward. I'm a war coward. I also just ethically against it, but I'm a scared coward.
And Jesus specifically went into.
Can I get ones in chat if you would dodge a draft? I'm just gonna take note here and send this off to the government.
Right, so they know. Actually, yeah, include me in that, please. I'm just
I'm going to send my name in the list too. Don't bother drafting us. We're good hiders.
Yep. Not going to be good. Not going to be a good situation.
Sorry, so you believe in stuff that's written down. I don't. You believe in some stuff that's written down, and then some stuff you don't believe in. I'm like that. Some stuff that's written down I believe in, some stuff I don't. Kyle, the way that I like sometimes tackle this is I mention things like this was a little while ago. It was like 4 months ago. But I was hiking. I live in California. You can go hiking in the winter time. No one cares. And I was out kind of hiking, and I went off the path a bit, and there was a bit of a small meadow, like maybe glen is the right word for it, a glen instead of a meadow when it's smaller. I don't know the terminology. But there was like a small, like I want to say like a campsite, but it was like not a tent. It was like some sort of a site. And there was a small fire with not a pan, but like a flat rock that was sort of pan shaped, and there was eggs cooking on it, and like big eggs. And this is like very bizarre thing. And then so I'm checking it out, and Bigfoot came out and was there, and he was very friendly. We had a nice conversation, and we ate the food together, and I went on my way. Now, do you believe this story?
I believe that I don't go out in the woods much. So
you do believe it?
To say whether or not God created a Bigfoot out there, I couldn't tell you.
No, my story of meeting Bigfoot, eating the food with him, and then having the conversation like that, this particular story.
Well, I don't know you as a liar yet, so I would believe you at your word at first.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, so you're just like gullible.
No, but
I mean that makes sense why you believe in the God too, right? Like you just like, so I guess the everything that was written down, I just like you just trust first. Like I'm more skeptical first. Like if I hear a story like that, I'm going to be like, really? I don't know about that. Like I'm the opposite of gullible. Like I'm pretty skeptical. I don't know. Like Brandon, are you pretty skeptical or more gullible?
I'm pretty skeptical.
Let me try this. Do you know that if you look up skeptical in the dictionary, there's a picture of me? Do you believe that?
Wait 1 second. Let me go look it up.
You're not skeptical at all. Wait, he is skeptical because he's checking. Fuck, that's
Right.
super skeptical.
True. It could be both.
Wait, before you check, what's your, just like if you had to guess and form a belief, would you say yes or no?
Ooh. Is this like what's the picture of? Like what are you doing in the picture?
Just fully nude spread eagle jacking off.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna go. Wait 1 second. Let's go check.
Don't check. No, you're not allowed to check. Don't check. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, it's gone. God damn it. They should have used it.
That's a really good picture of you. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's really good lighting. I liked it.
It's true, of course, but you didn't believe it at first because you're naturally skeptical. So we should be like with extraordinary claims like Bigfoot, spread eagle, jack-off pics in the Websters, and walking on water, coming back to life. Those kinds of claims we should start off skeptical of, and say we're going to need more evidence than just writing for this. Right? Like there's not enough documents in the world could prove a miracle. You need. Oh, sorry, Kyle. Were you saying something?
My point being was that I was going to ignore you. I don't care whether or not he's actually real.
Oh, okay. What? Well, then do that. That's good.
Like, I'm just gonna agree with you and be on my way. I grew up in a trailer park. All right. I grew up with fucking crackheads around me all my life. I know how to ignore crazy people.
Are we getting your resume right now? What's happening?
A resume?
Yeah, I'm confused. Why are you telling us all this information?
Are you leaving or what's happening?
No, it's just.
You want to hang? You just want to hang out with Big Block? Okay, I'll just bring up the next person. All right, you guys hang out and ignore me.
Why'd you say "goddamn" if you don't believe in God?
Jesus Christ.
Why'd you say Jesus Christ if you don't believe in Jesus Christ? Why didn't you say Bigfoot damn?
Because I don't believe in Bigfoot either, but I'll talk about Bigfoot.
So why didn't you say Bigfoot damn?
I can try to start doing that. It just doesn't roll off the tongue.
I know it's in your subconscious. Yes.
You want to try to do Bigfoot Dam?
Sounds fun.
It
It's not
doesn't.
in your subconscious.
It's because the God ends in D and Dam starts in D. That's why that like flows so nice. Goddamn.
Good day. I also say Harry Potter too. I don't think Harry Potter's real. I say Harry Potter a lot.
Yeah, but he said goddamn.
Yeah.
Yep.
So why are you saying goddamn if you don't believe in God?
It's a swear word. We're fucking around. I also say things are bullshit when I'm not actually looking at a bull's shit. You know that? Like, yeah. Anyway, Cosmic, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Hi, I'm 30. I'm agnostic, so I don't have a religion. I just came here to talk to the... Honestly, I just came here to talk to Kyle. Like, he...
You have to be like Christian to come up. We're talking to believers. There's like literally rules to this live. Like there's like actual rules, and I know that like the TikTok thing changed. You know, like the tier subscription, like whatever that thing is changed. Thanks, June. I appreciate you. So like I don't know if W Mezzo Plus is still a thing, but like normally, in order to hang out on the panel, you have to be a W Mezzo Plus subscriber. In light of me not knowing if that is still a thing, can someone check and see if there's still W Mezzo Plus? That would actually be cool. Like as a subscriber thing. I don't know. Wait, maybe someone on Discord knows that. Is that a real thing? It doesn't look like it. Okay. So we'll do something else. So if you want, then Cash App is in bio. If you just do it once, I'll like write down just like the normal $99, same thing that it was before, $99, and I will like write your name down, and I'll just kind of keep track of it. And once a month, I'll just like ask you kindly to like pay it up again if you want to have the right to come up here and chit chat. So Cosmic, if you want to, I'll check my Cash App. Let me make sure it's open. I'll just wait for that.
What are you checking for, $1 or what?
If you're not a believer, to come up and hang out, it's $99. I mean, you can round up $1 if you want, but you don't have to. This is from Maxen. Falcor.
Cash App anything y'all can scrounge up. Cash at me.
Oh, so actually, like they would have to do it to me in order to get the right to stay up, Big Block. Like by all means, if you want to also throw stuff to him, you can, but it will only work if you do it to mine. Okay.
What's your Cash App? What's your Cash App?
Link's in the bio there. It's up in there. Okay. And you don't have to do it. It's totally up to you. It's just that's like one of the until we figure out what to do with the TikTok subscription. That's how we'll handle that.
No, I got you. I'll bless you. I got you.
Okay, thanks. God of Logic, do you know how to do the tiers, sub tiers? Is that still a thing, or is that over?
I think they've changed it down to like one one tier, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. They used to have like you can have as many as you want or something, and now it's like one.
I just need 2 though, because I want to have the like basic, like for just like regular old hot dogs to have their thing, but then I have like the one for like people that I like pay for my respect and stuff. You got to have that higher one. For attention,
you got to earn it. You got to earn it. This is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Why does it say several people are typing in the Discord? Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Kyle's still here, ignoring us. Fig, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
18. I'm somewhat Christian. I'm kind of just like, yeah, it's a weird situation.
Well, hey, I'd love to, help you with that situation and get you to the point where you can say God isn't real and I'm an atheist. That kind of a thing. What's holding you back? Why are you clinging to the false religion of Christianity?
Well, mostly that I live in Croatia, like majority of people here are Christian. My family is Christian. My friends are, and yeah.
They're all following the wrong religion, so you just do it too.
Yeah, I mean, to like one friend that like very chill with, I tell that I feel like an atheist, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, just you would just be like, I don't believe in God, and then that's pretty much it.
Straight up tell him.
Have you tried? You tried that, and what do they say?
They asked me why I go to church then, and I said the same reason I told you, because
if you don't believe
everyone is Christian.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can still go to church if you want. It just means that the stuff isn't true. But yeah, I mean, if you don't believe in God, then you're not like allowed to be up here. I have to hold that rule because we have that rule with the other people. So if you go to church so much that they brainwash you and you get sucked back into Christianity, come on back and we'll dirty your brain up with filth again. All right.
So I will say that you do have a point there.
Yeah.
There is a lot of corruption within the church.
I like the idea, Brandon, that we do brain filthing. So that's good. Never thought about that before, but like, in order to cure the brainwashing, we're gonna filth your mind back up. That's fun.
Well, that is what a lot of people have done. People often forget that Jesus, when he was alone in the desert, he was tempted by Satan.
Really?
And Satan used the word from the Bible to try and tempt him.
Mezzo, are those new
Lead
glasses?
him into doing different things.
You like them?
I like them. Approved.
I got I have a few. Actually, Kyle, I want to hear your thing, but just because sometimes when people get a little preachy, this is just my own atheist jerk ways. I tend to roll my eyes. I don't want to do that to you. So that reminds me, I will put on these other glasses, just so like you don't feel like I'm doing that. And that way we can have a respectable conversation. So go ahead. You were saying, Kyle?
But there is a lot of corruption in the church, and that story, it also serves as a purpose when people talk about the church and people, I go to church and they tell me, don't do this and don't do that. Okay, well, is it written in the Bible? Do you follow a religion? Do you follow, something that a man on a pulpit is telling you, or something that the man rose from the dead is telling you? That's the only thing for me,
Preach it.
If a man is telling me something, but the guy come down and he said that, he is the Son of God, and he went so far as to die on a cross and then come back from it.
Hallelujah!
Yeah. And, I don't want to sound preachy, but,
It's probably just because of the music.
No, they...
So I haven't ever done it with these on. It's hard to see. I'm not very good at piano. It's a little bit tricky. You still do some music, right? You're doing like boat music.
Yeah, boat music.
What
Yeah.
do you do like in a band, or do you do like just you and a piano kind of thing?
I do like dueling pianos.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, I'm a dueling piano player, so I do that for a living, and I like travel and do it on ships and on
I
land, and
didn't
it's
know you were at that level. There's a dueling piano bar I used to go to in Hollywood. That was so fucking fun.
they're
And
fun.
yeah, and you could go up and like for $1 just write any song down and they'd do it. You know, like it was like really
Yeah,
just funny.
we have huge repertoires, and oh yeah, Paige said to tell you that I had a Christian band.
I know.
Yeah,
I remember
listen.
that was one of the things that I like learned about you. I don't know if I saw you posted something about it or something like that, and I thought that was so interesting to see that you're. And also, well, let me ask you this: when you were Christian, I don't know how to phrase this where it's not offensive, but were you gay? Like, did you know that you were gay, or were you trying to
No,
like hide that?
I was super gay. And
But
I
you're like that's okay in my version of Christianity kind of thing.
well, no,
Oh,
so I was non-denominational, so it wasn't okay. So I was what I did is I would have girlfriends and be like, well, I'm gonna just be with you, and then they would try to do something with me. I'd be like, no, 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 we have to we have to
yeah.
respect God, and we have to be, biblical. Nothing sexual. We gotta just be pure.
Wow.
So
Like there's TV shows about you. Yeah, I've seen that where it's like, no, for
yeah.
God. Yeah. Wow, that's classic. It's just because this is like me stereotyping you. But when I saw you, like some video or something of you in a Christian band, or maybe you're on the news thing or something like that,
Oh yeah.
I was like, this dude's gay as hell, like for sure,
Right.
right? Like
It's
it's
the gayest of all the.
yeah,
Yeah, 100%.
and I
And
remember
like,
thinking like, how did he get away with it in church? Like, yeah.
oh, that's so true. Yeah, I don't know. People just didn't have gaydar in church or something, but I mean, yeah, it was weird. I think because I was a musician, like we can be more like flamboyant maybe, and maybe they thought that because I was a musician, they're like, oh well, he's just a musician, and they all act like that. I don't know. Yeah, it was crazy, but like that was
Maybe.
like
Yeah, that's interesting. There also is a kind of like the for like even straight dudes who are like hyper kind of like like just that like intoxicated with godness where like they seem it leans that way a little bit too. So like maybe there's a little bit of like crossover of the way that they dress or something where it's like as far like they're matching some of the stereotypes that you might that you fit into like they're I don't know like maybe I don't know you think about like I'm thinking about some of the like really Christian like youth pastor dudes and some of them were just like were not but then there's some where it's like although maybe they were all gay. I don't know.
You know what? I think they're all gay. I think that's the secret. I don't. Yeah, it was very weird. When I sing, I have a straight voice. I sing very straight. So,
What is that? Wait, hold on. Now you're attacking my people. No,
right.
like I know, like that's the same thing. Like the Beatles sound American when they sing, right? Like there's
Right.
like singing voices are just different than, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that through because I would like lead worship and I would like sing like this deep like raspy voice and like oh yeah,
Like, just keep singing. He's only
just
straight
don't
when he
talk.
sings. Keep him singing.
Brandon, don't talk.
Put him on
Stop
the mic.
talking.
Fuck, that's funny. That's so funny. God damn, that's really funny. All right. Well, I think you have a beautiful voice, and I didn't realize you were doing that dueling piano level of. That's impressive. That's fantastic, and I love that. And sometimes I can do this one. I don't know if you know. This is a little bit of something I know.
Nice.
That's Chopin. Like this. I wish I could have said that. Sometimes you want the joke to just be
Right, just land.
deadpan,
You're an amazing musician. Like your stuff is fucking amazing. Right?
Did you not mean to be up here?
I'm scared.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I have the looper, and so that does a lot of the work because I only have to do it right once, and if I mess it up, you delete it and then you like try it again. but like I can do, like I can like do a few chords, but I don't know like keys on a piano.
Okay.
Like if someone's like playing D flat, I'd be like, is that one? I don't know. I have no idea. I can do C kind of. Probably not right. I probably don't do it right. So I know guitar a little more for sure. But what about you, Kyle? Kyle, do you play any instruments?
My car.
Well, that's not an instrument.
Well, you can play it in D though. Like that's drive.
I drive it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Key of R. You can do.
That's not okay.
I got a crazy Cash App from I believe I'm allowed to say their first name because it's related to the thing that they did here. Yuri, that's nuts. I think you put the let me see. Yuri must be on. You put the decimal in the wrong spot, Yuri, because that's like unrealistically generous. And we don't really do that here. So, holy shit! Thank you so much. It says the number of minutes the first space flight lasted. I enjoy your lives. Yuri Gagarin, famously the first human in space, but not the first primate. Is that true? Did Ham go to space before Yuri? I gotta look that up now. First primate in space would be a good thing to know. It might be a chimp named Ham, but Yuri Gagarin got it second, and Yuri here is named after them, I assume. That's a fuck ton of money and also a long time to be in space. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's nuts. I don't know what to do. I'm not good with generosity. Is that a good thank you? How do you say thank yous?
I think you can say thank you. I'm not too familiar with it either. I think you just say thank you and you give them like a wink.
Good job. No, that's not it.
Right. That can't be right.
Good job donating to. It's too long.
Do it again. No, wait, don't.
Do it again. Hey, thanks for the generous gift. Do it again. That's funny. Yeah. All right. Hey, we're getting close to the end of the live. Also, seriously, I don't know if they actually probably maybe didn't mean to do that, and if not, just let me know. I will.
I'm in here.
Fun to. Okay, Ryan, welcome in. We're near the end of the live, but
Cool.
are you a religious Christian who's old enough to be here?
Yep. Yeah, I'm 31 and I am a Christian.
All right. Well, that's good because Kyle needs a little bit of help here. But we're talking about how the Christian God is make believe.
I was waiting for an actual question, but
okay.
Yeah. So, what do you think? The Christian God make believe? What's your take on that, Ryan?
Yeah, definitely not make believe.
Why so?
Well, there's a lot of arguments. So I'm actually currently studying this in university. I would say there's a lot of the obvious ones. You know, the ontological argument. There's the moral argument. I mean, there's just a lot. I guess I would ask you guys, what is...
Yeah, just run one. What's your favorite one?
I actually like Leibniz's argument, which is an argument from contingency, which kind of suggests that all things in existence have a cause, and therefore God is the cause for all things. Because
not all things. Sorry, you don't think all things do. Almost all things. You sorry, just I don't mean to correct you earlier, but you mean almost everything has a cause, except one thing doesn't.
And you mean God wouldn't have a cause?
Yeah, right. Isn't that your view?
Well, yeah, that's Leibniz's proposal. Which
you don't want to like start out your argument with a contradiction where it's like everything has a cause and then one thing doesn't, because then that's not you want to just modify that a bit to be like almost everything has a cause and one thing doesn't.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Seems like special pleading, though, when you say it like that.
Yes, I mean, what about that view do you disagree with?
I just don't think God exists. So I don't think that the universe was, like, caused into existence. It just seems like maybe the universe always existed, like the way you think God did. And that way, instead of special pleading, we're just giving everything that same like quality. I also got $10 from DJ Hot Tub saying, "Don't tell me what to do. I won't. Never would dream to." Maybe I did, but just do it. If I did, then just do it though, right? Like, that's fine too. Yeah, so that would probably just say that, maybe everything existed forever. Or if there was some cause, it just wasn't like a guy, like a god or something like that, because I don't believe in God.
So what would be the cause then, under your belief?
It could be literally anything. Like, have you heard of Joel's Wet Box?
Joel's Wet Box?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Oh, it's kind of like, it's somewhat newer than Kalam, but it's fairly, like, it's growing in popularity. Hypothesis, I guess is the word, or maybe it's like a theory because it's more philosophical. But like the idea is that all of existence, space, matter, time, and everything emerged out of what you call like the closest word that we would have for it would be. Are you looking it up, Ryan? I can just tell you.
No.
Okay, it's like slightly dilapidated, kind of like droopy, but like very wet box, like a cardboard box. So that's where it's like a magic box and everything came out of it. And so that's eternal and that's always existed. And that just caused everything into existence. And you're not going to believe this, but there's an equal amount of evidence for that box as there is for it being God. Like the exact equal amount of like scientific evidence or even like philosophical guessiness that we can do to like prove one or the other. So this isn't my theory. I don't necessarily believe this, but it's just like a kind of another idea that's out there. Like maybe it was this wet box. So like you're saying maybe it was God, maybe it was a wet box. Maybe it just lasted forever. Like it could be one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying maybe. I mean, I think all the evidence that I've ever examined or studied, it all kind of points to a God. And there's a lot of other examples, like the explanation for how life cannot come from non-life, but that seems to be, I don't know, people still argue that. And then all of the
sorry to interrupt you again, but you do think life came from non-life. So that's another thing.
God is living. God is living for sure.
Like he's chemistry and biology. He has cells.
No, but he's literally the force of life.
Yeah, when we talk about life, we're talking about cellular biology.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So that type of life, when we like cellular biology, do you think it came from something that doesn't have cellular biology?
I guess in that sense, yeah.
Yeah. So
but it's still something though. It's not enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Something.
Absolutely. I'm just saying, like you're saying, life comes from non-life.
No. God is alive. It is a life. It's a life force.
Not the
it's
way.
An entity.
What's life force mean? What does that mean?
It's the essence of life. Like I guess
cells?
Some people you could consider it. No, not cells. You
like
could
bacteria.
No.
Like you're talking about a consciousness or something, but like I just mean like
right. Yeah.
like single cell. Like a tardigrade even. That's like a multi-cell thing, but like tardigrades. That's just like chemistry, right? So that like when we're talking about life and trying to figure out like where life came from, it's a chemistry question. No one's talking about like there's no scientist going to be like, where does life force come from? Because that's not a science thing. That no one knows what that means. So like if you're talking about like cellular biology coming from non-cellular biology, that's life coming from non-life. That's what I think happened, and it's what you think happened.
No. So the idea, again, going back to the teleological argument, right? Everything has a cause, right? And except for your piece where God is a necessary being for all things to exist, because there is nothing that does not have a cause except for this contingent being. It's literally the argument from contingency.
Oh, we're going back to that one. Okay, so we did that one, and then we tackled that, and then you went to life. Attack on that.
We didn't really
We're
tackle it.
we're
We
going
just
back to that
kind
one.
of talked around it.
I gave you like a rebuttal, and then you switched to life coming from non-life, which I dealt with that, and so you're dodging back to this one.
Let's go back. What was the rebuttal for that one?
For which one of the two do you want to talk about? You want to talk about life, or do you want to talk about like the Kalam cosmological argument thing?
Yeah, let's go with the teleological argument that God is a necessary being, and then all contingent things come from that necessary being that was not created.
Sure, that was the one that we said it could also be the wet box, right?
Yeah, but that I don't even know what that means. Because I feel like that's a joke. I feel like it's one of the joke things in here that says be prepared for jokes.
No, this is like showing that it has equal evidence that it's God or a
How
box.
do you figure that?
Because it's both just a God of the gaps. You're like, we don't know what caused all this stuff, so you're calling it your thing, and Joel's calling it his thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You just make up this thing that you fill in that you want it to be. It could be anything.
No, that's fine. Okay, so then you can take that. So then, what is the further proof?
But here's what I would say. Yeah, the reason it's not God though is that God is a brainless mind that exists outside of time. That's confusing and doesn't make sense. So I don't think it can be that one. So now the box is actually more likely.
Well, you said what's confusing about God being outside of time?
He's a brainless mind that exists outside of time.
And you mean brainless as in like our version of a brain?
Yeah. Like, I don't think, I mean, in my opinion, obviously, I don't think you can have a mind without a Mencia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we have intelligence that exists outside of Mencia or whatever that is.
I don't think that's the right word for it. I think it's different. When I say mind, I'm not talking about just intelligence. Do you think God is just intelligence, or do you think he has a mind?
Yeah, I think there's intelligence, and we, in our human perspective.
No, I'm saying,
right,
do you think that God
to
has a
mind.
full like mental processing?
That I'm not necessarily sure about, but I know there's.
You think he's like
intelligence.
just like
I
a
know
data bank of facts? Like he's like a thumb drive?
Not a data bank of facts, but I think
Okay.
there is an intelligence in his being, in his very essence, that he has put into the world and therefore into us.
Decision making, processing, like input.
Well, I don't think God
output kind of
operates in that. I think those are human. I think those are human boxes that.
Okay,
when we
I don't.
try to
Yeah,
think
so
about
mind
God-
might not be the right word for it. Then he doesn't have.
Yeah,
I
I don't think so. I think intelligence itself comes from this being we call God, and he's put that into us in the form of, I guess you used the word Mencia, which I'm assuming that's like something with a brain. I'm not a scientific guy. But,
yeah. It's just like think of it as like the Mencia is like the vessel.
Okay, yeah. So I think the intelligence piece is important there to understand. Is that I don't think it's really hard to understand God, and we only try to think of him through like the eyes of anthropology, which is like the study of personhood. Because I think he made all of the aspects of our personhood, and it obviously comes from him and his attributes, which one of them would be.
You said obviously, like that's just like we're just going to accept that as true. But you have
Okay,
you have
that's
to, like,
fair.
you
I
have
would
to
say
prove it.
well, that would go into a whole other argument, right? Which that one I'm not super read up on, but it's like the idea of a conscience. And I know like C.S. Lewis and some of these other guys were big on that. And I'm not as well read on that, but I would say let's do this just because I know you guys are at the end here. So if you go from the teleological argument and say, okay, God is a contingent being, he's necessary for all things to exist because nothing outside of God can be created without this cause, because everything indeed does have a cause. Again, minus the exception of God. We know
Sure.
that.
So
therefore,
yeah, I would say
in that sense-
you have to presuppose God, like your answer
yeah, exactly.
first.
Presupposition for sure.
Yeah. So do that with the wet box, and you get the same outcome. Or just do it
Okay,
with
but-
the universe. The universe is
Well, that's not
contingent.
true because
The universe
because
is
the wet
necessary.
box-
So all the contingent things that happen within the universe rely on the universe. They depend on the universe. The universe is necessary. That way you don't have to have this middleman. You know.
Well, okay, so I wouldn't
Because like
necessarily say
I just want to say too, like the thing about like whether it's the box, the God, or the universe, like these three different theories. The God one is like whatever it is that like causes the universe and holds existence into place. You know, and like everything depends on this one necessary thing, like also doesn't want you to jack off. Like that's weird. It also is telepathic, by the way. Like that thing that makes universes is telepathic with you. That's like so much, like you're not making this, there's a riddle here. What's the universe? Where did it come from? Why is it here? Is this a riddle? And if your answer is, I know the answer, and then you give a bigger riddle, like, you're not solving the problem, you're making the problem bigger, right? If you just say, okay, why is the universe here? And just be like, well, it's always been here. Okay, that actually is a better answer because of just Occam's razor, right? Like, it's like, look, we don't know for sure. So, but what we do know is there is a universe. So until we get a better answer, let's just say it's the universe. If you're adding this whole character that has like telepathy, like this is a big, like, how? What? How did God make the universe? You don't have an answer for like how he made it. You just say he does, right? Like it doesn't actually solve the problem. You know what I mean?
Sorry, the thing that I mumbled was that the universe couldn't have been here forever because the sun is finite. The sun has
That's a good
limited
point.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of other things. That is a good point. There's a lot of other things
That's a really,
as well.
yeah.
Right?
It's
'Cause
impossible
if the
for
universe-
time to have existed pre-eternally because the sun will explode one day. Yeah, that's fucking. That's really interesting. Actually,
yeah,
like
'cause the other-
Ryan, the fact
hold
that
on,
you
real
said that's a good point makes me think you're not listening, because that was the dumbest thing anyone said in this live since that other guest.
Well, hold on. So that actually is, because here's the thing within all exist, and I've just recently kind of come upon this. So if the universe always existed, because there was another guy who was talking about this as well. So if the universe always existed, then I forgot how he put it, but essentially there would be like no such thing as a past, and then all things that have life and have a life cycle would have come to their completion. So essentially, and I'm not familiar for this, but so I want to go off of that for a second. But that there is something to that. I'm not as well read up on that.
Yeah,
but
I don't
there definitely
understand what
is
that
something
was
to
at
life.
all.
There's something to life cycles and how we know life and organisms and all those things that you talked about as material matter, how they all kind of eventually they have like a shelf life, if you want to use that as an example. But so there is kind
literally
of
no
that as
clue
far as-
to what you're talking about at all. Like, I don't understand the words that you're assembling.
Okay, that's fine. So if we go from, let's look at some of the other evidence then, because with the wet box, you said that there's the same amount of scientific evidence, but there is no way a wet box can have or create the precision of anything that we have here on Earth. Like, how could we attribute anything that we have on
Sorry,
life?
it's magic. Do you remember that was part of the explanation?
Well, that's the thing. The magic doesn't exist.
Yeah, just in the box it does, the magic box.
Okay, so then how do you describe, or how do you
You're a
account
Christian. You
for-
think magic is real.
I don't think magic is real.
What about an Exodus? You don't think Exodus is a true story?
I think that there's different types of language, and you were talking about stories earlier. I mean, people write all kinds of stories, and there's different types of writing. So some things are meant to be literal, and some things are not. Some things are meant to tell specific stories, specific times, for specific reasons.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's what I think. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the Bible either. Like, I just think like,
No, I
this
believe
is
in the
like
Bible.
stories
I'm
that.
just saying that there's poetry. There's things that are like literal and historical, and there's
Yeah,
things that
Psalms
are
is poetry.
metaphors. Yeah, so there's a lot of different things. But
Yeah,
anyway,
there's-
so how do
there's
you account
parables?
for?
Jesus says, but in Exodus, they're writing that as like, here's what really happened, but that's not. Like, it's not
Well,
true.
okay, so again, there are a lot of Christians who would say, and I don't agree with them with all these things, because not all Christians are as well informed as others, right? Not
Well,
everyone
let's
goes
leave them
to
out
study
of this.
theology.
Just tell me what you believe. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so I'll give you an example that could be the case, because the Old Testament is one that's particularly interesting to me, because there seems to be a great mixing of historicity, and then some things that are like parables and all that other kind of thing. So another example in would be like Jonah and the whale. So I'm pretty certain that didn't happen, and that was more of a story that was to tell us a spiritual, or give a spiritual lesson, or like
I'm
a
with you.
spiritual reality.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense to me.
So
I
I think
agree.
there's a lot
Jonah
of
and the
those
whale, the crossing of the Red Sea, the Adam and Eve, like a lot of these things are, like they're either like etiological mythologies, or they're like there to explain something, or they're just kind of like mythology, like it's made up to like tell a story so people kind of like can share the story and think that something happened, but it's not necessarily like a historical thing, So
Hey Ryan, do you think Jesus is God?
Yeah, I think Jesus is God, and that's why my next question.
Wait, sorry, who are you? Gazuz, who are you? What's your age in religion?
I am 28 and I am I don't know what I am. I'm human.
Oh, we don't take
but-
humans up. It's just like a Christians and stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
Christian for now. I identify as Christian.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Brandon, I don't know if you're familiar with how these things like kind of like spiral out, but if there was ever a time to drop, this might be it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me, and then I'm not sure your name there, but so let's say, how do you then account for Jesus's life and all of the, all of the accounts of everything that happened with his life? Like, how do you handle that?
Jesus, come back up. You're good. Come back up. How do I account for Jesus?
Well, yeah, like how do you handle or reconcile all of, I think we have like over 6,000 Greek manuscripts for Jesus's life, the things that he did. So like,
I don't believe the Bible. I don't believe in the Bible.
No, not the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. So those manuscripts were put into the Bible, but the thing is those are like proven to be historical facts. A lot of the stuff in there, not just, Jesus himself, but a lot of the other things as well.
Like that he was born of a virgin is a historic fact. I don't think that's true. I feel like Matthew, like they just made that up when they wrote it down.
Yeah, you can take one isolated thing, but let's go to the other things. Let's take that one and put that on the shelf. But what about all the other things?
Yeah, I don't believe the ones that are like miracles. I don't believe them. Just like the birth. That's the first one. That's why I was starting with that one.
Yeah, no, I believe in miracles, dude.
So just outside of miracles. I know those ones are easy to attack, and that's
the not miracles. Maybe those happened. I don't know. Like, do I think maybe like a guy named Jesus built cupboards and claimed to be a Messiah? Maybe.
Okay, so maybe it'd be easier to start with. Do you believe Jesus was a real person?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm agnostic to it. I think there's convincing arguments both ways, and I don't. It doesn't matter to me. It's not like whether he's real or not. He's an equal amount to God.
So then, I guess because for me, that's like, there are other people in history who we have less documentation to support their existence. And do you believe in those people?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, if they're documented and I find it convincing, I would believe. But like the thing is, like, if somebody was documented and their whole story was that they're just like a regular person, I don't need a ton of evidence for that. But if they're documented as a magician, I'm not saying Jesus was a magician, but like if there was like Magus the sorcerer, and if it was said that he was like he's doing real magic, I'd be like, probably not. Like Paul, this might be a Paul Bunyan thing where he's not real. You know what I mean? This could be one of those things where it's like it seems like the whole guy was just made up. That's fine. Or maybe it was a guy pretending to do magic. Fine, that's fine. It doesn't make a difference to me. I don't think he can like read my mind right now. Either way, you know what I mean? Like you think Jesus can read your thoughts. To me, that's like show it, prove it. What do you like? That's like a big, huge claim. Like I don't care if a guy was alive or not back then. He's alive right now and can read my thoughts, and he can talk to you. Have him tell you what I'm thinking. Prove it. Like demonstrate it. I don't care about the past. If you think it's still happening right now, prove it right now. Let's go. Like I'm down to see it. It's just like not convincing.
What's interesting is, you said you don't care about it, but so like it was one of the most significant things in all of history. I mean, if you look at the explosion of the early church, it was, large percentages of all the people on the earth believed in it. So like, how do you explain that it was talking about in the Bible, there was, 5,000 people who were converted in a single day.
Yeah, I don't believe the Bible. I don't think that really happened.
So at all, you don't believe the Bible at all?
I mean, not when it does these huge like claims that are not like supported in any way.
Well, no, they're supported
Christianity didn't like really bloom until like the year 300 or something. was like
Well, yeah, so
later.
they're supported by multiple attestations. So there's people who are you'd call them eyewitness testimony or whatever, right?
In the
But
Bible?
all these people, yeah.
Who?
What do you mean who?
Who's the eyewitness testimony in the Bible?
Are you talking about for a specific story, or what are you asking?
Like Jesus is God. Who saw that happen? Who saw Jesus be God?
Who saw Jesus be God? Well, so since the time of Jesus, and then obviously after with the apostles and the explosion of the early church, all of these people that were converted to Christianity, they believed the apostles, like Paul,
Sorry,
like Peter.
you said
like Barnabas.
eyewitness. That's not an eyewitness account if the witness didn't eye it, right?
His disciples.
Oh, so you're talking about like Matthew. You're talking about the disciples, like Matthew and Peter. Peter's a good example as well. Peter spread the gospel message all across Israel at the time. And there was thousands converted to Christianity because he was both walking and he saw Jesus. He spent time with Jesus. He's seen the miracles that Jesus did. And then all these other people heard Peter's story and testimony, and they were converted to Christianity. And that was part of the big explosion of the early church. I mean, we're talking about thousands and thousands of people.
So we have one eyewitness?
No, I mean, let me see. There was 12 disciples, and then of the ones who actually were accredited as authorship for some of the gospels, Peter is one of the primary ones, Matthew as well. And then when you
Matthew
come
wasn't
to
one of the disciples. And we don't know that Matthew wrote the book of Matthew.
Yeah, there is some authorship stuff which you get into textual criticism, which
Yeah, so that's
either.
why I'm not going to accept miraculous claims at face value if we don't even know who's writing this, what time, when it was written. Like there's so much.
Well, we do
there's
know.
We don't. We don't know. Like it's it's very much just like church fathers said stuff, and so you take it at face value. I don't. I'm not
that
convinced.
The church fathers said stuff. We have the ancient Greek manuscripts all the way back to the 1st century, where they're. I mean, the Bible that we have is
of what
almost. What? The Greek manuscripts that we have, with numbers over like 6,000, that we can compare side by side of the
New Testament,
the Bible. Yeah, the New Testament. Yeah.
So like we have what's the earliest one we have?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Original manuscript of New
Greek
Testament.
manuscript. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Earliest original Greek manuscript, the Rylands one. The earliest Greek New Testament manuscript is the Rylands Library Papyrus P52, a fragment of the Gospel of John, dated to the first half of the 2nd century. That's like the year, so like the year 200 something, or 100 something. Sorry, like from 100 something, right? So it's like 100 years after Jesus was around. That's the earliest we have.
I don't think it's 100 years. I'm not sure exactly.
If he died in the year 33, and this is dated to the year 125, it's 90 something years later. That's just the math of it. So this is a small business card sized fragment of the Gospel of John. Part of verses 18 and just a little bit of chapter 18. That's it.
Where'd you pull that from?
This is called the internet.
No, yeah, I mean, but like what source? Like, was it like ChatGPT, or is it like a
biblical archaeology report?
Oh, okay.
Or Bible archaeology report.
I don't have all that, like all the dates memorized, but what I do know.
But you didn't mind saying one that wasn't true. And I think that's you just said we have 6,000 manuscripts back to thing, and we looked it up and it wasn't true. And this is a really common thing that spreads. Hold on, Ryan. Hold on, buddy. This is a really common thing that happens is people like hear one thing and then they spread it. And then like that just seems true. Now it just seems true.
I'm not trying to spread disinformation. I'm saying that
then take a breath, slow down. It's okay. I'm not like accusing you. I'm just letting you know this is how things like this, lies like this stay alive. It's on accident. It's not on purpose. Okay. It's like an accidental thing where people hear something and go, oh, I heard this. And so it just spreads. And like, if I hadn't called you out on it, 600 people here would have then thought it was true and also passed it along. So you just got to look into these things a little bit more than just accept everything.
So
Kyle, what's your take on this?
I was actually thinking about something else for a second. So,
what are you thinking about, Kyle?
Can you hear me? Am I too long?
I've been up for quite a while, but
getting a little tired.
Yeah, I've been up since like 5, and it's 3 now. So.
Oh yeah, you're on the East Coast over there. Yeah, it's about just midnight where I am, but I should probably call it pretty soon here. So.
Can I just say one thing though?
Yeah, please.
Like I grew up Christian. I grew up in a Christian household. We went to church every Sunday. Doing these kinds of things. But you talked about miracles earlier. I'll post a photo on my account later, or I don't know, but a few years ago, I was in a car accident, and it's actually what got me in the cars, but I was in a car accident. And
I feel like that would get you out of cars.
Yeah, I actually hated cars before them. I thought they were a death trap. And then I got into an accident, and it was road rage. Basically, I ended up getting mad at this guy. He passed me and then went exactly the speed limit. And it was a long story. I road raged. I tried to go past him. I ended up flipping my car.
Oh, you were both road raging?
Yeah.
I mean, you can share the story. It's all good.
Well, yeah. Well, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, and we're going around the curve in the middle of the woods, and I literally did not even see him come up behind me, and he just flies up behind me, goes around this blind curve, and then just sits right in front of me. And I was like, you're gonna do all that, and then you're just gonna sit right in front of me. And so I waited till we got to the top of this hill, tried to flirt out past him. Well, I ended up flipping my car like 15, 20 times, and the only thing that wasn't flattened and literally absolutely pancaked on my car was where I was sitting. And there was something in the middle of the accident that told me to just push up with every single thing I had with my right hand. There's no way I could have cut the brakes. I'm so glad that other guy came in. I don't have the capacities to do what he was, the dating
Yeah.